Thank you. Good evening. We are hosting the charter school public hearing for the Urban Choice Charter School. This is May 5th, 2020. The Education Law, Subdivision 2857, Section 1, and Regulations of the Commission of Education. 8, New York CRR, Section 119.4, require the board to conduct a public hearing within 30 days of receipt of notice of an application for a new or revised charter school. The Board of Education of the Rochester City School District is conducting this public hearing regarding a proposal to establish a new charter school. The purpose of this hearing is to gather community input to provide to the New York State Education Department regarding the application. Under Choice Charter School, current charter term is July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023, serving students in grades K through 8 with a maximum enrollment of 400 students. Urban Choice Charter School is requesting a revision to discontinue the requirement that Urban Choice Charter School contract with an entity that provides comprehensive management services. The school plans to hire additional staff and are partnered with consultants to assist with turnaround efforts. This revision will be implemented immediately upon approval by the Board of Regents. A determination regarding this revision has not yet been made and is currently under review by the New York State Education Department. Madam Clerk, is there any speakers?
There are no speakers signed up to speak or in the room at this time.
Thank you. So this charter school hearing is closed. Thank you very much. evening. Before we actually get into deliberations, I just wanted to make a few comments. This is the last deliberation before the board has to approve the budget, but I want to remind the board and I want to remind the district that we have been charged by the Commissioner, Rosa, with particular, she's given us a particular charge, and that is that we have a balanced budget, that we adhere to the Commissioner's mandates, and that we adhere to the state monitor's academic and financial plan. So as we are moving through this budget this evening, those are the tenets that we have to keep in mind, that we have to assure the state that we have adhered to what they have, what she has mandated us to do. And so with that, I just want to welcome you to this evening. We've got a lot of work to do today, and I'm going to turn it over to Vice President and Chair of the Finance Committee, Beatrice LeBron. Vice President LeBron.
Thank you, President Elliott. So as President Elliott has mentioned, this is the final deliberation before we take an official vote next Tuesday. And there is still time for commissioners to also submit any final questions, if you will. But tonight, we're going to be covering school profiles, school programs, budget allocations, and school supports. And then we will dive into the capital improvement plan. And then we'll talk about the ARP and SIRSA new binder that was delivered. I got mine earlier this week. So with that, same format as last time. I'll start to my right, to my left and right. There are some folks on Zoom as well. And our parent rep for Finance Committee, Rebecca, who's also a representative of the Parent Leadership Council here in the district plaque, is here tonight as well. So she'll also be participating and asking questions. And so with that, we'll go round robin. We'll do it the same as last time in terms of the formatting, up to 3 questions before we move on to the next commission and the next. And hopefully we'll stay on track with time. Like President Elliott mentioned, there is a lot to cover tonight. And I would just add that it is a very confusing budget still. We all have acknowledged this. And so there are pieces of the school that you may actually have to kind of cross-reference in other sections and area. I just ask that you keep your question to the section that we're covering. So if it's in school profiles, then you go over to position summary. And if your question relates to school profiles versus position summary. And that'll just help keep us on track. So with that, we're going to start with school profiles. I tend to believe that schools are the most important piece of our budgets, and that it is all of our jobs to make sure we're advocating for all of our schools and making sure that they have the services and the staffing that they need. And we tend to fall short in that area, but hopefully one day we will get to where we need to get to. So with that, I'm going to start to my right. I don't know. To my right, facing this way. So it will start with Commissioner Patterson first tonight. Commissioner Patterson, any questions on school profiles, which is the first portion we're covering?
Yes, thank you. Referencing pages 40 and 41, the section of school management, and a summary page on 40 and 41 for the schools without significant changes, can you specify what caused the change? And I'll speak about Northeast separately. And
Commissioner Patterson, you're saying the schools that have what? Significant change?
right, significant changes and,
Can you specify?
for example, yes, specifically, can you speak about enrollment or program changes?
But which schools? Because when you say, what do you mean by significant changes?
Just give an overall view, Madam Superintendent, of all of the changes that have been made in the schools. Just an overall. So, there are some changes in terms of, reduction in School 5, for example. One of the biggest one is Leadership Academy for Young Men. We know that's going to be closed. And then we added funding to Northeast College Prep. So just an overview. is what I believe the commissioner is asking. We've added another $1 million to
Sure.
Joseph Wilson High School, so.
Okay. So just briefly, as far as the work with the schools, the school chiefs obviously are responsible for supporting each one of the schools and programs that you see listed on pages 40 and 41. How we got to today was certainly by conducting individual school and building meetings with each school to determine what the staffing needs were with the principals or the program administrators. They looked at baseline staffing, by the total projected enrollment, by the contractual, obligations, and the projected, to ensure that we had equity and resources using school grant funding. And so when you look at the changes, you have to take this sheet on 40 and 41, and then you have to crosswalk it with the ARP and the CURSA document, because it may look like things were reduced, but the staffing really did not significantly change in our respective schools and programs. As President Elliott said, you do see that certainly Leadership Academy for Young Men, that school will close on June 30th, so there's that significant change. You do have some changes with that move. You do have some changes that have occurred relative to Northeast College Prep, with some of the moves from Leadership going into that school. But as far as staffing, there aren't significant staffing changes. And again, you can see that reflected in ARP and CURSA with our schools and our programs.
And of course,
And
this-
we will be, and we will be addressing, there are some changes in here relative to food service, but we will be addressing that a little bit later. But there's no significant staffing changes in our schools.
And this is a summary of the detail that you'll see as we move through this section. And so more of the detailed work, as the superintendent has said, is contained in the pages for each school.
Thank you.
Commissioner Patterson, is that the last of your questions for right now for this section?
For right now, yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to skip myself and go last. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Vice President LeBron. I did have one question regarding on page 40 as well. I wanted to start there with school number 4, George Mather Forbes School. I noticed a reduction in about $230,000. And again, I think you said crosswalk that with the CURSA dollars, but I didn't want to make an assumption there.
Chief Strickland is going to respond.
Is your mic on?
Good evening. Yes. Good evening, Commissioners. Commissioner Simmons, to answer your question, some of the decreases are as a result of special education programming. In particular, there are students that move in and out of the school building, and it has to be right-sized appropriately. And as students are actually assigned special education services, the contingencies that are built in the budget then build the programs back up. So every time, like, for instance, if a student is in grade 6 and a paraprofessional is assigned to that student, that paraprofessional would leave the student, causing a reduction in the budget. But again, when you crosswalk what's on their actual sheet and combined with their ARP and CURSA dollars, there's no true reduction in programming.
Okay, that's what thank you for that explanation. And my second question is in school profiles, just looking across, again, this may be another crosswalk situation. I looked for it, I feel like I found it, but facilities, for example, I noticed about, yeah, give me 1 second. So it's various schools, it's various elementary schools, about 10 of them. We're on the facilities, starting with page, I guess you would say 42, for example, the facilities line. I'm trying to find that right at the top. the reduction is like between $45,000 and $50,000 each school, and it's among about 10 elementary schools. So I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. I can respond to that. What you'll notice, it was a great noticing, you'll see a decrease in facilities for the first number of schools up till about school 16. And what happened there is a custodial position was moved to ARP and CIRSA. So it may not be here on this piece, but it was moved into ARP and CIRSA. And then once we got the number of custodians over that we needed to, you'll see that that number doesn't decrease in the other schools moving forward.
Okay, and then those will be sustainable dollars for full-time positions under ARP and CIRSA?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. Good evening. I'm not sure who to direct this question to, but it's kind of a follow-up from, I think, what Commissioner Patterson and President Elliott were asking. So I'm hearing that there aren't any staffing changes overall across the district?
As far as reductions, no.
Okay, but there are increases to reflect, I mean, we should see increases in staffing for, counselors, social workers, and all the other emotional support that our students need. And so we should be seeing widespread increases.
Not necessarily widespread, but for targeted areas. So you bring up counselors, and we brought this up at the last meeting, Commissioner Malloy. If you look in the ARP and CIRSA document, you'll see under priority 2, which is the social emotional supports, that there's $1.2 million for counselors, and that's to ensure that each one of our elementary schools has a full-time counselor.
So how many full-time employees does that equate to?
8. In that particular line, 1.2 is 8 full-time counselors. But we looked through our CIRSA dollars, and we can actually, that number, I worked with the grants department, we can actually have 16 elementary counselors. So that's actually 2.4. So each elementary school will have a full-time counselor.
I guess it'll just be helpful because it is really confusing to go between different binders and try
I
to find
understand.
this information. And for someone who isn't a seasoned finance person, it makes it even more confusing.
I understand.
The information that I think I need as a commissioner is just clear cut. How many full-time employees does that equate to for every category? How many social workers can we expect to see increase? And I'd like to see that matched up with the dollar amount. I just need it presented in that manner. I think everyone does. It's not just me. The public needs to be able to decipher that as well.
So regardless, let me just do a say-back for you. So regardless of the funding source, A fund, title fund, ARP, or CIRSA, you're saying that you would like to see it lined up that way?
Well, at each of our schools, how many increases at each school are we going to see?
That is, though, it's not all in one document, and I know, again, that's
Okay.
what we talk through, but if you do go through the ARP and CIRSA supplement, it's not only by department, by school, and by title. It is there.
Okay, so I guess putting it in one place would just be very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. I guess the other question that I have is, where can I find information on the type of meaningful anti-racism work that the district is engaging in for our teachers?
So as part of our ARP and CIRSA allocation, we did outline provision of funds for every employee in the district to engage in the initial 15 hours of professional development around CRT and anti-racism. In addition to that, individual schools have initiatives that they'll be undertaking depending on the size of their staff and the previous experiences their staff have had. So there are provisions outlined. And in addition to that, because we are still receiving inquiries from our partners outside of this budget cycle, I can anticipate coming back to the group and adding to what we've already outlined as efforts, because we have had an increased interest in that kind of work in the district as of recent.
But that's not something that is mandated.
mandated is
Or
a,
directives?
so we can highly encourage participation in what we think is the most important professional development as a result of some of our collective bargaining conditions. We also can very much during our superintendent's conference days or our half days, highly encourage our principals to deliver appropriate conduct or appropriate content. But we do have provisions in place to ensure that every staff member in the district has access to 15 hours of professional development because we have to compensate by hourly, and we've made that availability so.
Because I guess in a district that serves 90% students of color, we need to make sure that the educators who are in front of them are engaging in that professional development. Thank you.
Received.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams.
I have to comment on that, because I'm concerned about how this anti-racist stuff is even being vetted, because I just was at a session where the number one point, the first thing when it opened up, it had anti-racism, had a line through it. We ain't gonna talk about that. So I have to question the legitimacy of our intent with this. Are we just doing it to check the box, or are we going to have the courage to push through? But that ain't. That was just a response to what I just heard you say. My one question is, 57 school. I be driving past there. I know it's supposed to be closed, but it's a lot of activity over there. I mean, is there some expenditures going on over there? I mean, it don't look like it's closed. It'd be so many cars up in there. And I don't see it on the book in here as far as,
There's a special ed class at 57 right now.
Huh?
Des is going to come talk to some special ed programming at 57.
Okay.
There is a lot of activity over there because it's our special education offices. So all of our associate directors are there, and we have a clerical staff that processes all the preschool and some of the other initial referrals. So the space is used. It's a very small building, but it does house all of our associate directors and some of our teacher coordinators of special education. They run their Zoom meetings out of there, when parents want, their CSEs remote learning. So that's the use of that building.
Okay. I just knew there was a lot of activity over there for it to be a school is closed. All right, thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Rebecca?
Thank you. So I'm a little nervous about moving our janitors to temporary funds. What is the plan for bringing them back to the general fund?
So it's a multi-step process. We have some time to certainly look at, go through each budget process to look at what the allocation is needed, but we also included it in the long-range plan, Mrs. Heathering, to make sure that that was included in bringing that back to general funds. So that's something that we have forecasted as you move out through the next several years.
So my next question is, and I'm not 100% sure that I'm understanding this correctly, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but the numbers listed for total enrollment per elementary school don't match the NYSED numbers for 2019-2020 school year. And that's true for about 80% of the elementary schools. All of our numbers are higher than the NYSED number that are different.
You said 1920?
So for the 2019-2020 school year, which is what NYSED refers to as enrollment from their records.
Oh.
So for example, school number 5 on ours lists 662 students, but NYSED has 644 as our total enrollment for that school year. The reason that I bring this up is partially because there was all of that happened with the, us claiming a certain number of students and then
Sure.
and then the fulfillment But then also, if we are making decisions based on information that is not accurate, it just, I don't know how we make those decisions if the basic information, because my understanding is that these numbers are bed stay information, so they should match. There should be no, there should be no difference. But when you have things like 53 school reporting almost 300 students in this book, but NICED reporting 220, and having that drastic of a difference, I'm just not sure if I'm just, I don't know where my question is in that, but like.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So thank you for the question. What happens is the data cycle for data reporting and publication of the data sets are lagged by a year. So the data that you're going to see for 2019-20 is the last published data by New York State Education Department, and they vet the data after going through a process of review, and then they publish it publicly. So that's why you see 1920 in the New York State data site. However, we collect the data every year on Beds Day, which is the first Wednesday of October. We are going through our internal cleaning, and we report annually those data. So that's why it ends up being lagged by a year. So when they do their next release, you'll see 2021, and we'll be already working on collecting and validating the next set of data for the next year. So that's why you're seeing 1920, and we are using our current enrollment that we have and that we've been collecting from the Beds Day enrollment count so that we have the most up-to-date data. But that won't be published through New York State data site because they are lagged because of the way that data are reported and validated. Does that help?
So they're behind by so what they're reporting is 1920, but the 1920, even though it's 2 years ago, in our book is gonna be different than what New York State has.
So what we put in there will be the data that are related to what we have here in Rock 3D. So what they publish in the accountability, there are different accountability factors that are applied to the data when they get released on the data site. So for example, we might have students that are excluded from an accountability calculation. New York State will automatically exclude that when they publish those data. So when we see students in Rock 3D, we have our way of collecting and reporting the data so that we can internally make decisions. But on State Ed's site, what part of that data cleaning and reporting process that happens is they apply those data filters, and those data filters, a lot of times, they're not the data filters that we have and that we're using to do internal decision making. So I hope that doesn't make it too complicated, but that's why it's lagged. So the graduation rate, for example, is lagged. Some of these enrollment data are lagged, and you'll see slight nuances and differences of data from data that you might use internally for decision making versus what you'll see on the site. It's really just because of that process that New York State Education goes through in the processing of the data versus what we need to do when we're pulling data to make decisions locally.
I think I have more questions than answers, but I'm good
Okay.
for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Commissioner Powell is on Zoom. I don't know if she has any questions.
I think she said no.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Dr. Jallo, do you have any questions right now on this area? All right, I'm going to go to President Elliott, and I want to apologize because I just completely skipped President Elliott. So I know, I was not Commissioner Simmons. So President Elliott.
Thank you. I just want, one thing that came up as I was reviewing the budget that we have, and particularly this section that we have, sort of to what Ms. Heatherton is saying about enrollment numbers, but I'm wondering if we can also include in our budget for next year projected enrollment numbers. Is what I'm interested in, because as I read the CIP report, there are projections in the CIP report, and I'm wondering if we can have those projections included in the operating budget here. So for next year, I'd like to, unless we can get it done this year, that we put projected enrollment numbers.
How far out?
Well, for the current school year. I mean, for next year.
So just 1 year out
Yep,
is what you're
just
saying?
1 year, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, that information is in the CIP. We had conversations around, Vice President and I talked about Rochester International Academy. We've had a leadership meeting at Montessori. And so, just with those two meetings and, some of the concerns that our school buildings have, are we, we heard what they've said to us, and are we beginning to position our budgets, our finances, in order to be able to accommodate the work that these schools want to do? For example, in Montessori, they want to have 3-year-olds, the three, the EPK program in their school, because parents have been asking for their students, their children to be able to enroll in that program. And so there's some issues that have gone on around there, but my concern is that I'm interested in us positioning ourselves for 3-year-olds in that program. And then in the Rochester International Academy, currently they have like 70 students, and they've got a $2 million budget here. So how do we be cost efficient and continue to move those students, those refugee students, into that building? I know we've got work to do, but I'm looking at $2 million, and we've got 70 students. It would seem to me that we can place more students over there until we get that program together. I want us to be cost efficient with this. We've got, and to me, it just seems that it's a matter of, we can get we respond appropriately and meet the tenets of the state, that we should be able to place these students over in Montessori, because that's a lot of money for 70 students.
Okay, I'm going to take the question separate. So Montessori supports 3-year-olds through grade 6 by program. How we fund our 3- and 4-year-olds in the city is through a majority of grant funds. And so in order to ensure that Montessori has the capacity to support 3-year-olds, we have to work with our early childhood department to determine how the funding is able to both meet the legal expectations of having 3- and 4-year-old programs in terms of program, enrollment, how things are articulated, and meet the Montessori expectations. So there's a reconciliation of what Montessori programming needs to do and what UPK programming needs to do to sustain the funding. So as you brought it up, we are currently looking at that, and we will be able to support an additional staff member at Montessori for our early childhood as a result of the efforts that have already been forward. The second piece around Montessori programming holistically, in the ARP and SRSA funds, there is already earmarked funds for Montessori, as well as other specialized instructional models in schools. And when I say instructional models, I mean the things that the schools attend to that makes their schools special. We do have funds set aside for Montessori as an instructional model to fortify their offerings and move forward. So that is already appropriated inside of the ARP and SRSA funds.
So Dr. Black, can I just do just a little bit of a say back on that? So, for example, that might mean if teachers or staff need training,
yes,
that would be, or professional development, that would be included, or if there are instructional materials that are specific to Montessori, that would be included to make sure that they are where they should be given the number of students and staff that they have.
Yes, we recognized when we were planning for ARP and SRSA that we had a number of programs, including Montessori, across the district that for various reasons have not had the district support to pour into the instructional model. So we lift up Montessori, but we have IB, we have AVID, we have PBL, we have expeditionary learning. And so as a result of the influx of funds, we were able to set aside funds for all of the instructional models to pour into training, materials, supports, whether it be a centralized support. And I'll also add that we actually have, as part of the deployment in teaching and learning, someone who's going to be on our team that actually holds the support for all of our instructional models. And so whereas previously a Montessori school or an AVID school would have to do a lot of that work internally in their school, we're going to have a centralized support. So all of the folks who run an instructional model will have a centralized person that can help navigate all things around or organizing for PD or trying to find additional resources so that schools are left to do the instruction and we're able to do the support.
Yep. I was just going to say, so funding is available to position these programs, okay, so that they can operate with fidelity.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So if we go to page 75 for Edison, I see that there's a decrease in enrollment and so I want to know why we have a decrease there. Not that we should not have a decrease, but I just want to know. And where did those students go? And, well, I'll let you answer that question first.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question regarding Edison?
The enrollment for 2021, it's 1,500, but in 2018-19, it was 1,800. So where did those 300 students go?
Hello. Okay. Thank you, President Elliott. So we go based off of the 2020-2021 enrollment. So currently we're at 1,500, but I am unable to speak to 2019 and 2020. Okay, so I know that a lot of the numbers that are moving forward, we're going based off of the 1,500 students, and that also includes the P-TECH program, but I cannot speak for the year before as of right now.
Part of it is, our enrollment is declining. Now, we need to just take a look. Is there a similar decline in some of our other schools?
So one of the questions I would like to, maybe you can, if I can, Dr. Myers-Small, there may be an answer in placement. So if you can go into placement and find, why, in 18-19 we had that number, but now we have 2021. And we know that there's always been concern about the number of students that are enrolled in Edison. And so maybe they've just taken what we've said from this dais and, began to make some decisions within in placement. But I'd like to know that, okay? And then just in terms of, and this is the last question for right now, Vice President, in terms of the suspension numbers that we have over at Edison, do we have the funding in place here that will help them to reduce the conflict that Edison seems to have?
Absolutely, President Elliott. So first and foremost, the ARP CURSA funds that have been allocated have been really pushed, uplifting the ninth grade academy that we would like to have.
Here, Demar.
So in our high school programs, our ninth graders traditionally have high numbers of suspensions. So one of the things that I've been working with Principal Scott around is in the area of how does this ninth grade academy model look to support those students, first off, getting them 5 credits by the end of their ninth grade year, as well as making sure that we're talking to their social emotional learning in the schools. So that includes a designated counselor. Actually, I believe he wants to put 2 counselors at the ninth grade level with also the one administrator that's designated for that actual grade level to continue to support those students, because we know the more credits that they accrue in ninth grade, the more social emotional supports that they get in ninth grade will help them throughout their high school experience overall. So the look is through these ARP and cursive funds, we're just going to really pour that support into that grade in particular, so that we can really support the graduation rate overall.
I have other questions, but I'll stop right now about that.
Yeah, thank you, President Elliott. First and foremost, I do want to uplift Commissioner Adams mentioning the activity at School 44. And it brings me back to 2 budget deliberations ago when we were deliberating closing 44, and the school board was told that School 44 was going to be turned into a Southwest pre-K enrollment. The numbers were not adding up. And I adamantly fought against closing that school. One, I taught at that school, and I loved that school. And it is a small building, but it was impactful to the 300-plus families that were there and our staff that were dislocated to convert that building into office space. And we should be furious and offended as a board by that comment that we've allowed it to just become office space. Like, that to me is wild. And I have to bring that up because as we move past this budget season and we start hearing some of the repetitive conversations of like right-sizing, school closures, mergers, reallocating resources, that we closed the school and we allowed it to become office space. And I'm going to reiterate it here that we should be turning back buildings for schools that we have closed and looking at those things to reduce our footprint before we start having conversations additionally about school closures and mergers. So I just want to put that on record in 2022's budget deliberation, and folks can go back to the 2020 budget deliberations to go back to the remarks about all the promises that were made with that building and how we were going to have a Southwest pre-K program. The other thing I just want to uplift is the repetitiveness of telling us to crosswalk between this new document that was just produced. So this is the book, I just got it recently, which I don't even know if it's public yet. So they want you to crosswalk to information that they just created and just released, along with what's in the budget book. And I know that President Elliott, you mentioned what our state commissioner has allocated for us to do, which is to pass a budget that meets the state requirements, that is balanced. I have no way of actually confirming that this is a balanced budget and that this budget even aligns with the state monitor's plans and the strategic plan just based on the layout. And I also do not believe that it should require multiple crosswalks to understand what's actually being funded and not funded. And so we are required by law to pass a budget that makes sense, but if the budget does not make sense, we should not be passing the budget. And I just have to put that on record again. I said it last week, and I'm gonna repeat this again next week when I vote no on this budget. The other piece, though, to say the CRESA, and I'll stop because that'll be my 3 for right now. To say that we're having 8 counselors and 1.2 million from ARP or CRESA and temporary positions, we don't even have the proper infrastructure and human capital and human resources to hire people for positions we have now. We are literally running the risk right now of never actually meeting all of our funding opportunities with ARP and CRESA because we can't even hire people that we need in the positions right now that we already have in the budget right now. So I uplift that to say that we actually have to figure out what is happening in human capital and human resources. And we can't use antiquated systems. We've had lots of people over the years work in human capitals with those same antiquated systems and hire people and figure out what's going on there and how we align those things to hire people sooner and faster. And I just don't think by putting numbers on a piece of paper that equates to actual physical bodies helping children through counseling and mental health services. And with that, I'm done. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Patterson for round 2. Same school profiles, Commissioner Patterson.
Thank you, Vice President. Madam Superintendent, do you want to say something?
I just wanted to go back to, I believe President Elliott asked about the drop in enrollment at Edison, and I believe we'll look in placement, but I believe some changes were made relative to receivership to try and get the cohort numbers down to a reasonable number around 250. So I think that's why you see from 1,700 to 250, they were trying to have more reasonable cohort numbers.
Thank you.
The school being in receivership. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, once again, going back to my initial question, I'm trying to clarify, be a little bit more clear.
Okay.
with my question. So specifically, can you speak to enrollment on programs or changes that relate to School 46, School number 8 on page 46? There's a 12.5%. It's increased by 574,000, or, yes, 1,000. And School 16, if I can give you these all at once. Page 51 was a 13.9% increase, an increase by 449,000. And let's see, Monroe Upper, page 80, 11.1%, an increase by 754,000. Wilson, on page 81, there's a 13.6%, an increase by over $1 million. And page 82, it's Northwest on page 82, 16.6%, increased by 622,000.
So 816 Monroe Upper, Wilson, and Northwest, correct?
Repeat, please?
8,
Yes,
16 Monroe Upper, Wilson, and Northwest in
That's
that
correct.
order. Okay, we'll start with 8.
Good evening, Commissioners. School 8 did have a increase in its special education continuum, adding about 3 classes with some special ed components as well, TAs, paras, that are showing an increase in terms of funding for the school programming. So without seeing the staffing component of it alongside of it, you wouldn't see the increased staff that's impacting the increase of right here, the 35.5% of programs with students with disabilities. That was a big increase for them.
Just keep going.
yes, keep going. Yep.
16. We can.
I have School 16, and just like Carmine School, it's an increase in special education continuum. We're adding 2 special education classes there, and in addition to that, some paras. But predominantly, the rest of the increases are small salary incremental increases.
And I didn't catch that word you said, perils or something like that?
Paraprofessionals.
Paraprofessionals. Monroe Upper.
So Commissioner Patterson, in terms of Monroe Upper, this is a big lift that needs to be attended to in the academic plan in terms of our bilingual and L learners in general in the district, as well as our students with disabilities. So there are some increases in terms of ESL teachers, which are English as a second language teachers. But also, the school is designated in receivership and receives a targeted grant, which is called 1003B and 1003 Targeted. And there were funds actually moved into the curriculum and instruction line to make sure that we were able to provide professional development, hourly professional development for their teachers so that they are better able to serve the learners that are in front of them. I hope that satisfies your question.
And then
And in terms of Northwest, so as you know, with the closure of Leadership Academy for Young Men, that is now causing some distribution of classes and students throughout the district. And what's happening now is Northeast College Prep will occupy the building at Charlotte. So Northeast College Prep and Northwest would traditionally share facilities, share staff members, so on and so forth. And as a result now, we have 2 different campuses that no longer will be connected. And that has caused an increase in specific areas like custodial, which would normally be shared between the 2 campuses, which now are going to be separated. And we have to go based off of the square footage and any other possible contractual obligations in terms of teachers and salaries and whatnot, which, again, they're split now.
And then Wilson, page 81.
So once again, Wilson, very similar. Wilson's exiting continuum on students with disabilities has, for instance, one 1211 social communications class, and social communication class being one of our programs, they will be projecting to receive two 1211 social communication staff, so that's an increase of one class, which will have an impact of a teacher as well as a teacher's assistant, and they also have a 612 coming in that also will increase an autism spectrum disorder class that will also increase their staffing on teachers' assistants and paras, and that's why you're seeing that in the students with disabilities line.
Thank you.
Commissioner Patterson, is that all?
I have another question on, let's see, page 43. It was just a typo, and someone else might have mentioned this in one of our last meetings, but I think the address is wrong for the school. If I'm correct, it should be Dr. McCree Way, Dr. Samuel McCree Way. And it's pre-K to 6. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are correct. That was the swing space location, and now they are back on Dr. Samuel McCree Way. Yes.
Right. In other teachers, there is a 135,000 decrease. Was a class eliminated? If I'm correct?
Yes, at that. Yes, at that school there was a consolidation or right sizing of the classroom, moving two different strands into one strand as per contract regulations. However, there's still no actual decreases because there is some ARP and SRSA funds in which we are addressing their SEP commitment number 2 in social emotional and E&L, which is 2.0 FTEs.
Okay, and Madam Vice President, can I squeeze in one more question?
We're going to go another round.
Sure.
But
That's okay, I'll wait.
okay. All right, we'll do one last round for school profiles because this is all of our schools, so this is where we usually get the bulk of questions anyway for these rounds. President Elliott?
Thank you. So I asked about PD as funding for suspensions, and so schools in particular that I'm interested in because we were getting a number of student suspension appeals, and that includes Monroe, and that includes Franklin, and that includes, just in general, are we, those schools that we seem to have a high suspension rate for, are we providing the kind of social emotional support and the kind of programs that we need in order to reduce the kind of problems that we're seeing faced in particularly in our high schools and with the suspension rate? So can just somebody answer that question in general for me around, what are we doing to address those kinds of issues?
I'll start with Franklin. Thank you, President Elliott. So, Franklin obviously had a transition of 2 schools into 1 school prior to the pandemic, right? And never had the opportunity coming out of that to build a climate and culture of 1 school. And we're seeing that based on some of the incidents that we're seeing in the school. And so COVID didn't allow that opportunity for kids to come together and create that climate and culture necessary. I will say that for Franklin has a large amount of additional funding through grants and ARP, where they're connecting with community agencies. They're running outside programming. They're doing enrichment programming. They're working with Hillside. They're bringing in advisory with their funding, 1.0 advisory teacher to do school connections with kids. They're adding hours for after-school programming with refreshments for kids. So they're doing everything, and they're including that in their school, in their grant portfolio for the following year, along with professional development over the summer for the staff to kind of come together as well. So.
All right.
Just furthermore to what Dr. Peluso explained, there is going to be some summer programming that's taking place in which we're going to introduce the 9th graders this year to the actual campus so that they can really get a feel of where they are, where they're going to be. There's going to be some summer program that's coming up to really acclimate those students. And I would also say we just continue to have those partnerships between Center for Youth and been able to be a little more flexible with funding because of the fact that we do have ARP and CURSA dollars to actually improve what we are trying to do inside of our school community so that we're supporting the students and staff, through what the money is for.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last question for this round, Madam Vice President. With regard to Northeast Preparatory, does funding in here, we have for the 2021 school year, 65% average daily attendance. What funding is available in order to be able to support increasing the attendance rate?
Can you
That's
give a
on
page number?
83.
Thank you.
So also in terms of Northeast College Prep, a lot of emphasis has been placed on that school. I've spent a lot of time there. We are looking to make sure that we focus on MTSS, which is also aligned to the academic plan. We're also looking to make sure that we continue to lift the student voice aspect of the campus, which is designed to actually make sure that they feel valued and heard within the school community. That means we have to continue to professionally develop teachers so that they understand how to develop the agency in our students. And there's an addition of a social worker within the title funds to continue to reach out to families as well as reach out to, work collaboratively with families the right way so that they are able to find out why students are actually not coming to school, and they would be collaborating with individuals like the homeschool assistants. And as I said before, Center for Youth continues to work with continues to work with the campus as well as Hillside Scholarships, so on and so forth. It's like really a collective effort to improve the attendance.
So the overall budget increased by 2.3 million, and it doesn't appear that the total enrollment increased. When you look at the 1920 enrollment year and 2021, so why the increase of about $2 million for Northeast? And this is the school that's going to be going over to the Charlotte building?
That is true. So we've given the Leadership Academy for Young Men seniors the opportunity to stay at the Charlotte building and join with the Northeast College Prep family so that they can actually graduate from the building that they were in since a lot of them 7th grade. We felt that would be best for them to get their diploma from the school that they've been in. So I would say also before this budget book was happening, excuse me, and I'm actually on the wrong page, my apologies, all over the place. So I've been flicking around as well. My apologies again.
That's why you all have to come prepared.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
gotta
I
do
mean,
it all.
I got you. But the enrollment actually did go up. It's projected at 941.
Okay, so here it says 500, well, this is the 2021. So you're saying, that's why it's probably best if we can have the projected enrollment.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because I'm basing this off and, so you're saying that.
So some of the increases are
But-
because
but-
of, sorry.
Well, let me just sort of clarify. You're not including the Leadership Academy in that number, are you? Why would you include because they're going to be graduated, right?
And no,
I know they're closing, but you're talking about the students. Then you just mentioned that they were going to be co-sharing the building?
No. So we have the Leadership Academy. So every student at Leadership Academy for Young Men was afforded the opportunity to make sure they had a place in the transfer
so
process.
Northeast, they would transfer to,
So
Okay.
if they're at Leadership Academy, in particular, preference was given to our juniors because they had been
Okay.
at Leadership since grade 7. We wanted them to make sure they had the opportunity to graduate
okay, I
from that
understand that.
school.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Chief Strickland, this may actually be for you. Sorry, LeBron, thank you so much. I'm just glad it's my turn. Just a quick question. I was happy to hear, I'm very excited about hearing about the ninth grade academies, the intentionality behind that. We recognize that our students, seventh grade, 2 years of no school, and then boom, they're right they didn't even have that transition opportunity. And that's so important, and it's still that trickle effect is happening. And I noticed that you used, for example, Edison as an example, the increase in, hey, we'll take it up to 2 counselors. We know that East High School has done a great job with that ninth grade wraparound service, and research just shows that that's the sweet spot when it comes to high school. I'd like to make sure that I have an understanding as far as how that will be wrapped around the district, so not just Edison or one other school. Like, how are we demonstrating that beyond just counselors? Is there a plan that shows that academy? Where are we with that? Is that let me be more clear. I know it's happening at Edison, and they want to be more vigilant about that, and the counselor pieces, but we know that it's beyond counselors. It's like paras and TAs and things of that nature. How is that happening across the district and their ninth grades?
So I can take the top half of that question, in that there are provisions earmarked for every building to participate in the University of Chicago Freshman Academy Learning Experience, where every school takes their principal in a +2, so a team of 3, to understand and learn about the importance of ninth grade Freshman Academy. We sent a cohort this current year. We have provisions in ARPA and CIRSA in the following year to send another round of people. So eventually most schools will have 6 folks who are trained around the nuances and importance of freshmen. Every individual school will then use that information to cultivate their individual Freshman Academy plans. They won't all look the same because of the nuances of each individual building, and that will then tie into some of the work we're doing around high school restoration redesign, in that we'll be launching a couple of different things in 23, 24. And so some of the freshman designing that's happening for 22, 23 will then flow into how schools are supposed to ultimately run appropriately for all babies in the 23, 24 year. So you should be able to expect from the chiefs, and they each can speak to what's happening at each individual school, the nuanced program for ninth graders, but as a district, we are all learning about the importance of students leaving ninth grade with 5 credits and how much that impacts their ability to graduate over time.
Right. Another part that I'm thinking about when I think about these wraparound services and being more intentional, we recognize that our educators, more explicitly teachers, they just can't do it all in the classroom. They can do a lot, but they can't do it all, and they have the support of paras and TAs, things of that nature. Are there any dollars or flexibility in the budget to accommodate them with Chromebooks or laptops, things that might support how they are able to support and be effective in the school buildings?
Glenn's going to come up and respond.
Good evening. Just so I understand the question clearly, could you please repeat it?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, as far as more specifically paras and TAs, teacher assistants, they're often working really closely with students. They're an extended arm and may not have the infrastructure to be as effective without tools such as Chromebooks and laptops. And we want to be mindful that they're usually at the lower end of the salary in this district, therefore not able to afford them themselves. Are we as a district in a position to provide them with some of those tools?
So we have been in a position to do that. We work closely with the principal and the special education department. When a principal makes a request for a paraprofessional to receive a laptop, we fulfill that request 100% of the time. There are some job responsibilities that paras have that do not require them to have one-to-one technology. That would increase our technology budget for refresh cycles years down the road. But whenever a principal, the instructional leader of the building, makes that request, the paraprofessional does receive a laptop.
Okay, so that's by request.
That is by request.
Okay.
Working with the special education department and our negotiations administrator, Megan Abate, we've talked this through, and it's supported on all ends of those 3 points right there.
Wonderful.
My point, the negotiating point, and the special education.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you, Mr. Vanderwater.
You're welcome. Thank
And
you.
my last question is just around, the anti-racist came up, that conversation, and I do recognize, Dr. Black, you mentioned, hey, we cannot necessarily force folks to attend a PD. There's different barriers that may not allow for that to happen. I guess maybe I'm wondering if there's a framework or some form of measurement that allows the district to support performance in those areas. Is there a framework that we use in measurement?
The short answer, there's an evolving area of work. So in the last board meeting that we were in where we approved resolutions, there was a resolution that went through that provided for over 300 teachers to engage in the first rung of examination of an equity rubric and framework that will help to inform curricular selection and training. When we talk about CRT, culture responsive training, or DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and or anti-racism, we combine all of those things, and quite frankly, a lot of those constructs are very different. And so as we define as an organization what we really want adults to know and be able to do in service of our students, we have to then tailor, as Commissioner Adams lifted up, what that looks like for each individual group. So while we do have PD, I will also highlight that individual schools over time have done various book studies and examinations of their work around how to be anti-racist and or equity and or DEI, and we're doing that work collectively to kind of shake out and align what that means as an organization, rather than having everyone do their own thing and hoping that we arrive in the same place.
So to make sure that I have an understanding, we have not yet adopted a clear framework on it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you. Quick question for East. So Dr. Nelms, if you could answer a question for me. I'm looking on page 74, and I noticed that there's a BOCES line that's decreasing by 63%, and I'm just wondering if you could explain that, because I don't see that BOCES line with any funds for any other school in the district.
So part of receivership allows students to attend CTE programs in good standing. So when the EPO was created, there were very few CTE programs in Rochester that were in good standing with the state. So we were able to send our students to BOCES. Over the years, we built out our own CTE programs at East. There are 6 there. And so we have less reliance on BOCES as a provider, and BOCES can be very expensive too. So as part of our long-term cost-cutting measure, we built capacity internally and had less reliance on BOCES. So there are some students who have started the program several years ago, and as they finish, you'll see that number continue to diminish.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
That makes it clear. The other question that I have is just a more general one, and I'm not sure who would answer this, but when I'm looking at each of the schools, I see that we have total enrollment numbers, but how do we have a better understanding of the true capacity in each of our buildings so that we know, like, what percentage are we operating at? And I think that would be really helpful information for me to have as a commissioner as we look at spending our dollars in the wisest way possible. So I'm wondering, how do we get access to that?
Commissioner Malloy, we did initially provide some of that information, and that's something that we do in conjunction with Mike Schmidt, our Chief Operating Officer, and his team, but that's something, as long as we can give you the specific parameters of which we determine school utilization, we can provide that. That's something.
Okay, so I guess I can reach out to Chief Schmidt. I'm just thinking that it would be helpful, like, moving forward in any budget book, to just have an understanding of what the capacity is at each school and what percentage we're operating at. Because that becomes an equity issue too. If some schools, I mean, there are certain schools in our district that are really just bursting at the seams. You know, I look at Edison and I see that, and then I see other schools that have similar programming but aren't in that situation. And so how do we make things more equitable district-wide? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Pardon me, I got to sit I'm sitting back at the kids' table in the back. In your CIP booklet on pages 5, 6, and 7, there are building capacities and facilities inventory that has square footage, capacity, that gives you a general jumping off point, so to speak, as to where we are. And then,
For each school?
Yes.
And that's listed there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then when we deal with individual classrooms and so on, how many students are put in a program and so forth, we'll begin with this, and then we'll modify it based upon whatever the individual needs of a school might be.
And is that reflective of like recommended capacity?
It's reflective of the numbers, the data and numbers that we utilize in terms of driving our state aid reimbursement when we do our capital projects. So that's the purpose of this document, but it does give you a sense of the capacity of Wilson commencement or whatever it might be. And then if there's a follow-up question in regards to how we determine the number of classrooms in a building and so forth, we could probably tailor that on an individual school basis, but this gives you quite a bit of data on those couple of pages that would
I
probably
guess it would
get you
just
up
be
to
helpful if I didn't have to go back and forth, you know, between
Understood.
different sections. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams? Rebecca? Mrs. Harrington, I like to call you Rebecca because that's what I know you back, so go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you. So when it comes to the enrollment numbers in the book, which number is being used for the amount that the state gives us to educate our kids?
Thank you again for the question. So the BEDS number, which is the number that is collected and reported and validated by the district as of the first Wednesday of October, is what drives our aid. What you see there is an internal enrollment number that's captured on a different date, and it's not the same number often because we have daily fluctuations in our enrollment. Students leave, students come, they graduate, etc. So the one, to answer your question, is that's why we do that collection of data on the first Wednesday of October, which is BEDS Day, and that's what is used to drive state aid.
I'm having trouble squaring it with how things are budgeted if we're not all using the same numbers. So if there is a way, I don't even know how to ask it, but like how do we base, I don't even know how to ask a question if I'm not 100% sure on like the enrollment numbers. So when we're looking at increases and decreases per school program, like Alice Holloway School is like 290, which is almost half what they were the previous year. But then I'm just having trouble understanding what everything is based on, if the number is going to fluctuate, and if we're not going to get state aid for students because we get it based on NICED numbers, or how do we get, sorry, how does the state know how much money to give us? So they do it based on the NICED number, but we're educating this many children within a school building according to our number. So how do we make the money match?
So for the budget projections, when they're doing state aid projections, they're going to look at the BEDS number, right? For the budget book, and when they're putting down an enrollment number for us to look at and refer in terms of staffing and making sure that we're providing enough supports for the students in the building, they're going to use the number that they capture at the date that they capture it so that we can plan effectively. It does not have to be the BEDS number because that fluctuates. So the specific date of the poll that's used in the budget book, I can ask the placement people to respond to that. But in terms of answering your question about the number that is used for state aid, everyone in the state on the first Wednesday of October stops, drops and freezes and counts all of their students so that we know how much money that we will get in return for state aid. And it's based on that count on that day. But in terms of trying to plan for special ed services and other programs that our students might have, we capture it on a different day to make sure that we have had the best number that reflects the student enrollment there, so that we can make sure that we're attributing the right number of resources and teachers and making sure that the right supports are there based on the most accurate depiction that we can capture at the time that we're trying to budget.
Rebecca, I think it goes back to the question or the comment that President Elliott brought up, that we need to look at reconfiguring the book with current and projected enrollment, so it's a little more clear, so people have a better understanding.
Yeah, I mean,
I get where this is. I'm going to use Vice President LeBron wonky, right? I get that.
Yeah, and it's an uncomfortable, as a community member, it's just very uncomfortable to look and see that, like, according to this conversation, you know, for Rise Academy 106, that we have 347 students in that school program, but we're only funded for 313 of them. So whether that's students moving in and out of the program, and I don't know for sure if I'm making sense, but I just wanna feel like we're going on the same data, like we're agreeing on the number that we're talking about per student. Because when we start talking about position summaries, like the adult to child ratio really shifts if you're talking a third more students than. Okay.
Also, to provide additional information, I will ask Dr. Orton to come up and talk about the enrollment numbers that we have in the budget book.
Thank you.
You're
Good
welcome.
evening, commissioners. Is it on? Okay. So what you're seeing, typical, sorry, now I do the Mike Schmidt meal. What you're seeing is not typical from past budget books. So you are looking at your enrollment that's 2 years ago, right? So what you want to see is the current and the projected. So we will provide that to you. And just to answer, like school 3 that you mentioned, the 2 years ago when it was a K-8 building, now it's become a 7-8 building. So it is, when you look at that, like you want to see the grade levels too that have changed. Commissioner Patterson pointed out that school 4 is still listed as a K-8, it's a pre-K 6. So I'd be more than happy to provide the information with the current and any of the grade level changes that have occurred as well.
Okay, I appreciate it, thank you. And then my other question is, how do we get the rest of our schools to have the adult to student ratio that we see at East? Because East is so successful, but you're looking at just under 3 adults per student, whereas just on the next page you have Edison Tech, which is 5.5 to 1. So how do we, when we talk about writing the, you know, right sizing the district, as a parent, as a community member, I'm more focused on what's best for the students, and if a program like East is what's best, how do we get that for our students? Thank you.
We would need to carefully look at our programs, because in order to staff differently, that's going to cause our budget to increase. So we have to prioritize what exactly we want in our district, what programs. You know, we've heard things like IB, Montessori. We would need to look at that. But if we staffed our, and I don't like to get, because I don't want to get into a pitting of East versus the district, right? But it would drive our costs up significantly. And so we would need to look at how to balance that and to make sure we have the schools that are going to meet the needs. So in part, Rebecca, in the work, for example, that Dr. Black and her team are doing, they're looking at high school redesign and what are the types of programs that are going to certainly meet the needs of our scholars, but also provide the career and technical education and help them to be college, career, and civic ready. But if we staffed, given the current number of schools that we have, we would talk about significant increases in dollars to do that. And that would then we can't, when President Elliott spoke to what Commissioner Rosa spoke to us, we have some rules of engagement relative to the amount of fund balance that we can use, et cetera. So it's just taking a look at our schools as we move forward to 23, 24 and beyond, incorporating what our priorities are into our long-range plan to see what can we afford given our rules of engagement.
Thank you, Rebecca. And Commissioner Powell, I know you're on Zoom.
Yes, thank you. I'll just can't make myself heard. I'm past the 5-day mark, and I thought I was going to be well, but I continue to test positive. I've been listening carefully to the responses to other people's questions. And as you know, my fundamental question is how do I know if we are in fact right-sized versus simply not apportioning our resources well. And the answers I'm hearing, first and foremost, they show a high level of preparation on the part of those who are answering. And I want to commend each of the members of the administration who have provided those responses. They ring true to me. They don't sound like answers that were just, pulled out of a hat. They seem grounded in the details. And a couple of data points, and they are only data points. They're not. They show a trend line, but only barely at this stage. Data points such as the answer to one question about a particular school that says staffing is reduced because they're combining classrooms to meet the contractual sizes and so on. So those are encouraging data points for me, and I again want to commend the staff so far for their attention to detail and their obvious command of the facts. And I continue to listen for evidence that we are right-sizing as opposed to simply overstaffing and potentially squandering our hard-fought revenue. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, my question, I am also listening, and I'm hearing a lot of answers. However, I would like to understand what evidence these answers, how you're going to produce evidence to these answers to the board and by when. And I say that because there's just a lot of answers that don't have actual data or evidence right now to produce. You guys are just, I feel personally winging it. And that's great that some of you know your schools and know some of the needs, but I'll give an example. I'm going to bring up RIA. So we, I want to put it all out on record, and I've said this before, and it does start to feel personal. And I know you guys do not like when I say this, but I have to say it because we had a conversation with the state and RIA and the leadership at RIA as well. And it was abundantly clear to us, and I say us, myself and President Elliott, from that conversation that the state did not tell the district to remove K through 12. They had a number of issues. They had a number of issues with all of our ELL bilingual and special programs, period. We have a corrective action plan. So that was one piece. There were some things happening at RIA. The state wanted those things corrected. Some of those things were corrected right away. And we have pushed back on the fact that students had stayed longer than the 2-year mark. I would argue also that the administration and central office has a play at that as well, to have that oversight. But we've talked about RIA, and when President Elliott mentioned that myself and Dr. Black and leadership at RIA went to RIA to have a meeting, I I walked away from that meeting that we would look at even bringing back 4 through 6 and doing it in stages. I have yet to see that plan. And so there's been other conversations and answers here tonight, and I have yet to see an actual plan. You're also promising information to like Commissioner Malloy, who's asked about having some additional data points to be able to, vote or look at this budget differently. I don't know when that's going to come. And I say all those things because, again, this is probably my 5th budget deliberation at this point, and I feel like every year I hear from different chiefs. So there's only one chief that I've seen here consistently. I just want to put that out there. So welcome to all the new chiefs. Different deputies. Welcome to the new deputies for this budget year. I just want to put it out there, like there's lots of new faces, and every year there's lots of new faces, and it's a repetitive conversation. But what's not repetitive is our leadership in the schools. What's not repetitive is our families. And then we have these larger conversations as to why families leave the district, and this is it. We are having the same repetitive conversations year after year, and we can't give consistency. This is not solely on you all, and I just want to uplift that too, because again, some of you just got here. You just got here, some of the board members just got here. But some of the board members have been here for a very long time. Some of the other folks that work in this district beyond, that mid-management and below have been here for a very long time, but it's a repetitive conversation. I just need to understand when do we actually get data and evidence that these things are going to happen, when they're going to happen, what the plan looks like. Again, we're just speaking on RIA alone. We should have already had a plan for 4 through 6 to re-engage with RIA, and I just want to put that out there. And I just want to remind the administration that the board decides these things too in terms of the direction, and that we can work collaboratively. But if it's a board majority direction, there is no negotiation on that. And I just want to put that out there. So one, I want to understand when we're going to get evidence of everything that's being said here tonight. What's the date? Because this budget goes to vote next week, but we still have to live with this budget starting July 1st. I'll start there. Who wants to answer that?
I'm sorry, I came up with the date for what? I'm sorry. Okay.
So I'll start with the beginning of RIA, and then Chief Peluso can chime in. In terms of the meeting that was referenced around expanding and adding grades to RIA, that is actually accurate, that we did have a conversation with the administration at RIA, myself, President Elliott, Vice President LeBron, and left that meeting with the notion of a request for a plan to add potentially 4 through 6. Quite frankly, we are still working through what that means, because the implications of adding 4 through 6 at RIA has other indications on other schools that we support in the district. We know that, and Dr. Myers-Smalls and I talked very recently about what the addition of 5 and 6 might look like, and not 4 through 6, because there are long-term implications around grade configuration that we have to consider, around the amount of transitions that if we add a grade at a certain time, what that means for a 2-year timeline. So we are more than happy and are going to come back to the board with our rationale and thoughts around at which grades do we need to add, and at which grades or which intervals, and the possibilities of those things. As I shared in the meeting where we were all together, it's not just as simple as moving kids from one building back to another and letting it be done. There are implications on all levels of all of our systems that in this iteration of this administration with this body that we have, we want to be more deliberate around how we make those decisions. And so I can commit to on record, right, coming back to the board after this kind of conversation around what else is surrounding. So it's not just one sum total decision about RIA. It's what's in this entire book that impacts what happens at one program in one building with one group of kids. And so when we have that, we can then make provisions around how we utilize our very limited resources to attend to our priorities, one which we heard very clearly is the expansion of RIA. Back to, eventually, a K-12 continuum with the notion that most immediate is thinking about 4 through 6. And so that is the thing that I can speak to in terms of the RIA plan, because that has been an ongoing conversation. In terms of the immediate RIA in the budget, unless you want me to pause, I'm going to turn it, okay, pause.
Can you pause for a second?
Right
But
there, in
for
the
my,
middle.
so thank you for
In the
that
middle, that
answer.
extension
I
cord.
do think that is a more thorough answer than we've heard on some other things. But my question still remains is when will we see that plan? Because we're expected to vote next week, but we still have to live with this budget July 1st, which will have some implications come September. And I hear you, Dr. Black, you don't want to disrupt. We've had, for those who may not be aware, we have had some powwows privately around this subject, so she knows this was coming anyway. President Elliott has also spoke with, we've had some powwows. And I just need to understand when we're going to get that plan, because this was a while ago that we walked away, and I would have imagined that it would have been seen through the dollars, right? Because our budget is our obligation, it's our priorities, and there's a lot of priorities that are being mentioned here, being said, but I don't see it in terms of numbers through this budget book.
So let me say this, if in the event we do move forward, both with this budget and to add any additional grades to RIA, because we have contingency positions built into the budget already, the addition there wouldn't be a huge shift in dollars, it's just a matter of positioning people. I think when you talk about kids, when you add grades to a building, you have to get kids from somewhere. And so if we think about adding 4, 5, and 6 potentially to RIA, are we talking about any new entrants to 4, 5, and 6? Are we talking about going to where they currently live and say, hey, you have retro rights too? We have to think about those things in terms of not just the positions in the budget, those are covered. We can cover additional staffing should we want to change programmings, and you've heard that notion for both our SPED continuum and our language continuum. We can do that part, but it becomes the logistics of how does it impact kids, how does it impact families, and the one example I'll offer is if we were to add 4th grade, 4, 5, 6, we literally having this conversation right now. If I have a 4th grade student who comes into RIA and they do their 2 years, or 2-year timeline, they go to 6th grade. So you'll stay at RIA 4, 5, and potentially enter at a 6th grade, which is our natural cut point. If I add 4, 5, and 6 for RIA and I enter you at 5th grade, give you 2 years, you're going to do 5 at RIA, 6 at RIA, and if we change our configuration in the year, now you're going to enter at 7, having missed that 6th grade, middle grade year. And so those kinds of conditions that we have to plan for are very important to the bigger picture that is just not the 70 seats we have at RIA or the seats we want to add. There are implications on all of our other programs. And that actually is contained on when we vote, when we consider what we have in terms of a budget to work with, and we know our finite amount of resources and details and teachers, then we can maneuver our resources in a way that honors our programs. And again, we hear very clearly that RIA is a priority. How we do that is in service of the entire district, not just RIA.
Yeah. So I just have to just say, though, we have not voted as a body of a board or had a final decision on what reconfigurations is going to look like.
Correct.
So you want us to put the cart before the horse on an issue. And let me just also reiterate this, and then I'm going to move on to my next question. So I'm all set with you responding, Carmine. But that, yes, we want to be mindful of the impact on students and families, but please keep that in mind, because we just went through an entire fall of back and forth around the school closures and mergers that you all were proposing out of the sky. That there was no data points that were presented that were significant enough to push this board to support that. And so I just want to prioritize that we're having these conversations when we're talking about mental health services, when we're talking about school closures, mergers in the future, transportation, food services, all those things. So I appreciate you saying that for one specific subset of families, but I want that same tenacity across the entire conversation of the district, that we're putting families and children first and what's best for them. And I would argue that reinstating RIA back to K-12 is what's best for families, and that we are going to get a new influx, and that we do not live in a bubble, and that we know that we're going to get an influx because our partners like Catholic Family Center and Monroe County have already told us that we're going to get an influx of new families with refugee background. So I'm going to end there because I don't want to go back and forth. I'll just ask one more question and move on so we can get to the third round of this area. On page 100, so if we want to go to page 100, please. Under the section for chiefs of schools, there is a 262.28% increase, and I just want someone to explain that for me. Also, I just want to uplift very quickly that the fact that we have an adopted budget does not mean that this was the actual expenditures for 21-22. So to put an adopted budget and a draft side by side is very misleading in this way too, because we have no way of knowing what the actual expenditures were, and that an adopted budget does not mean actual expenditures. But if someone can give me a 262.28% increase explanation for chief of schools, thank you.
I could start. So if I see your question on page 100, but if I could direct you to page 102. 102 is the breakdown of those positions, and you'll see 30 teachers in that line. That's an increase that hasn't been held there before. Those are the 26 contingencies that Deputy Black was talking about that are held in the chiefs of schools because they're delivered and they'll be distributed to schools for if we need to make adjustments. There are 4 additional TOAs that are for teachers on assignment that are directed for receiverships, and I will let Chief Strickland speak about those.
Does that first part, though, answer your question, Vice President? Just
Yes, but also, if you look at this page, it says 442.9% increase in the budget. So I need to understand then where the other difference is, which is almost a little less than, it's about 180 difference there, so.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is apples and oranges, okay? So going back to page 100, as Chief Pelosa has pointed out, that's where we put the, sorry about that. So unfortunately I tested positive for COVID and could not join everybody tonight. So essentially the 262% is a dollar comparison to a base. So it's 2.93 million versus 827. As pointed out, almost the entire increase is the contingency of teachers that we set aside to cover changes for the closing of the Leadership Academy. So once we know where all the students are, then we can have some resources to help support them when school starts in the fall. Turning to page 102, this is a different comparison where we're looking at FTE changes, and you're working with a very different base. So we show 38 in the draft versus 7 in the adopted budget. That's why that percentage is significantly different than the dollar percentage. But they're two very different issues. And as was also pointed out, 30 FTEs is the increase for the FTEs set aside to support the transition of students from Leadership Academy throughout the district.
Bern, can I just ask then why in the draft the increase, I see where it says the increase is 100% from the teachers, but there are some other additional increases there, so it's not just the teachers line that had an increase. But then someone just mentioned teachers on assignment, and I'm pretty sure that the state was also asking us to have a reduction in teachers on assignment. And so have we done a reduction or have we done an increase in teachers on assignment? And then that's my final question. I'm going to shut up after that. Is that a question for you, Dr. Black? Have we done an increase or a decrease in teachers on assignment?
Right now, we've made a slight decrease of approximately 1 teacher on assignment, and we have provided in our long-range plan to the state our plans to look at all of our TOA positions, both building-based and central office, to determine the appropriateness of their placements, the alignment of what they do to what we need to have run both schools in the district. We do anticipate, based on some of our impending configuration conversations, some of our other shifts that we have to make long-term, a reduction in those roles.
Thank you, Dr. Black. I'm going to actually start to my left, and so Commissioner Patterson, I'll come back to you, okay? This is the final round for school profiles area, and if, yeah. So, Commissioner Powell, do you have any questions?
Just finished speaking.
Rebecca?
Thank you. I'd like to get some clarity, page 90, on the links in the North Star program. The memo that that we have for I believe it was 2.7 that was taken out of CIRSA and ARP because these were going to be moved to CIRSA and ARP. But then, is there going to be some supplement that's going to show us what's actually being budgeted, anything changing for these two programs, for Links and North Star?
So thank you for your question, Ms. Hetherington. So just an FYI, what was happening is we were charged with obviously decreasing the fund balance, and one of the things that we did was actually decided, we know that there's been an increase in violence in our community. There's been a slight increase in suspensions or the nature of the suspensions. And we know that there are some shortcomings in our Links program. So what we did was we moved the FTEs into our ARP and CIRSA funds as a result of, just looking at the overall quality of the program. And what we were charged with via our state monitor is that we are going to come up with a stakeholder group task force, what you may want to call it, to actually look at different aspects of the program, and that needs to happen by July 1st. So in terms of, we're not cutting any positions, we're just moving them into ARP and CIRSA, and one of the stipulations with ARP and CIRSA is that we have to actually evaluate the program and determine what qualities we want to see in an alternative program before moving it back into the general fund. Does that answer your question?
It does. I just, because this is being voted on next week, but you're talking about this chunk of money, and especially because the amount that was moved into the ARP and CIRSA is different from, because I believe, and I may be misremembering it, but I thought it was like 2.7. I was trying to find the memo to refer to, but these two programs, I mean, it's $3.5 million here, so I may just be not remembering correctly as far as what was moved over. It's just, and keeping expenses exactly the same isn't going to work just because of, I mean, they're union employees who get raises and things are going to be more expensive. So I'm just trying to understand, because they are such important programs, and knowing for sure that this is being voted on next week, but then we won't have details until July.
Rebecca, the Links program is in ARP, North Star is not.
Okay, so Links got moved over, but there's a plan to move it back after.
Program evaluation.
We're going to participate in program evaluation and determine. There's been a lot of conversation from many of the commissioners of the composition, effectiveness, meaning, impact, et cetera, of the Links program. So moving it into ARP will give us the opportunity to program evaluate, and from my understanding, there's not a desire to have Links be the way that it is right now. So we would look at, though, a program that would be, would really support our students when they're out on suspension.
Oh.
Does that make sense?
Yes, so
Okay.
then okay, I think, so, but the decisions about the North Star program will be made after July 1st based on a collection of stakeholder meetings? Am I understanding
So
that?
North Star's still in the general fund.
Right, it's been moved back, and just because this line is still zeroed out in the paper.
Sure.
So, not having clarity on the plans for that is kind of, and that was some insight to that, and I appreciate that. Sure. I'm just wondering, after voting on this $2.5 million, and then hoping that in July, it all gets figured out.
Your voice
Now,
dropped.
can I speak to that? Can I respond to that?
Sure.
Sure, okay. So your memory was correct about the value of North Star being 2.7 million. That value includes the benefits associated with the programs and the value of the program. So when we publish the final draft book, when we publish the final budget book, the budget, if and when it is approved by the board, it will have the information associated with North Star back in the main part of the book. As was noted in this memo that was released with the draft budget book, we simply ran out of time to include it. It was also proposed to be moved over into ARP, but that proposal was not accepted by the state monitor. Unfortunately, by the time of the communication, we did not have time to make the adjustments in the draft budget book to include it so that you would have it for the deliberations. But we will, I think we can generate a North Star page and send it out tomorrow, if that would be satisfactory for the board.
The other thing, though, is North Star is going to go through evaluation. It's as is for 22-23. But again, we had many conversations with commissioners, with the state education department, and we'll continue to look at that program to see what type of adjustments with the work of Dr. Black and with Desiree overseeing special education. But it is it's in the general funds.
I just want to add one point of clarity in that when we first started down the journey of ARP and CIRSA, there were expenditures in the approved FS10 that were for North Star. And so when you look at the corresponding documents, the purple plan that we referred to, the very early ARP and CIRSA approved expenditures, there are provisions in North Star that were part of the approved FS10. This additional move for North Star that we attempted to bring in was for the maintenance of the program. And so I want to be very clear that if you review the ARP and CIRSA documentation, you will see approved expenditures for ARP and CIRSA that were part of our initial submission, but you won't see the 2.7 that is being referenced for the second request to bring it in as a result of responding to the fund balance. So I don't want anyone to walk in and say there's no approved North Star expenditures in ARP and CIRSA, because there are approved North Star expenditures that were part of our first application cycle, which you would find in your purple plan, so the 75-page document from very early on, and some of your corresponding documents you've received over time.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for all the clarity on that. If we are going to add a North Star page, could we also be adding a page for links and for the other? I mean, I'm not sure why there are some of them have pages, some don't. Some have, the two programs in here don't have enrollment numbers. So, so like with RIA, there's no enrollment number listed or anything like that. So, that would be my ask. So, but thank you.
Just to speak to links, it's hard to give an enrollment number, even though we're looking at working on averages and things of that nature. That's going to be actually part of the data collection piece. So when I've already started planning out like what are the recidivism rates, how many students have to return to links after being suspended, so on and so forth. We're going to be looking at that information. So hopefully we'll get some clarity around that. That's for links though.
Thank you, Rebecca. Commissioner Adams? You all set? Commissioner Malloy?
Okay, so not to beat a dead horse here, but I'm looking now at the other booklet and I'm looking at operating capacity for School of the Arts. And it says 1,018 students, but then when I look on page 85 of the budget book, the projected enrollment for 2021 is 1,109. So we are over capacity there, and how do we fix this?
Mike?
When we provided data several months ago, School of the Arts was a school that we indicated that was slightly over capacity, like it was at, I think, 104 or 105%. So when you say fix it, we're able to make it work. Are you saying that you would want to reduce enrollment at School of the Arts?
No, I don't think we want to reduce it, but when I've toured the school and I've looked at the many classrooms, they need to either be renovated or something needs to happen. I mean, there are certain classrooms where there are like, 25, 26 students, and there are like pillars in the middle of the room blocking the board. So kids who are sitting in classrooms can't even see.
Now, some of that, and correct me if I'm wrong.
And it's an old building, and I get that.
Well, I think it's the fact that we overlaid capital improvements over an existing building, and I think there's some things that you can't change in that, right? Because of just particular, but Mike will come and correct anything that I'm not speaking accurately on. I've been in those classrooms, and I know what you're referring
And
to.
I'd love to see some of these programs expanded to our many other buildings and give our students the opportunity to be in performing arts high schools. The demand is definitely there, and how can we replicate and scale that district-wide? But thank you.
I don't, well, certainly, I think everyone.
That's a
the way you-
superintendent's question, not a Mike question, so.
The
That
way
one,
that.
yes.
Yeah, quite clearly, it's slightly over capacity at School of the Arts. The way the superintendent characterized it, I think is correct. It's a building that was renovated in the 90s, and we kind of built the addition over the top of the existing building, which, you have infrastructure there that obviously you can't move. You also have a tight footprint that we're not able to expand any further. So if those programs are going to be enhanced and expanded, that we're going to have to look to other sites with which to do that. The performing arts spaces there are very unique. So to replicate those at other facilities, we'll take some prudent planning and some strategic thinking in order to make sure we kind of locate that in an area where we can grow that program more fully.
Thank you, thank you. So I guess the second half of that is then over to the superintendent. And this is not to pit schools against each other, obviously, but, when I look at that type of overcapacity at one school, and then I look at East being so, I guess technically under capacity with the building size, that might be the perfect place to expand some of those arts programs or help alleviate that strain. Thanks.
As Mike said, though, certainly something that we could have a conversation with Dr. Nelms, but when you're laying down the flooring for like a dance studio, I mean, there's very specific specs and modifications that you need to make to a school. But I think that's a part of the process when we shift into talking about what we want to reimagine our district to look like, and particularly at the high school level. I know prior to even me coming, there was conversations about a School of the Arts East and West or something like that. So those are conversations that I'm very open to have and see what our next steps could and should be. Absolutely. That's a school that is very popular and people, request it.
And I just want to make sure as many of our students as possible have access to that type of quality programming.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
I just wanted to lift Rochester Early College. They came and presented earlier this year. I just want to extend kudos to the job Principal Umameta is doing over there. We know that the graduation rate is reflected here as of 92.6. We know that's above the district average. And then going physically into the school, seeing that the students are in a U-shaped hallway with not a lot of room for expansion and growth. I would love to see Rochester Early College International High School actually provided the resources to become an international high school in its original state, what it is supposed to be. There's a lot of opportunity, and for them to actually, they say you can't, what did they say? You can't bleed a turnip. I can't think of the piece. I was up till 1 o'clock looking through this book last night. But I'd love to see them given the resources to expand and become a more viable high school in the district. They've had to reduce a lot, but they've succeeded without the resources. So I'm imagining what they could do with the resources. And I believe that would increase our blueprint and allow the district to reflect a more competitive existence.
And recoup some students, sure.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm sorry, I should have
Was that
posed that
something you
question.
wanted a question?
Yeah,
or
I really want to know, is there a plan to provide additional resources and also bring them back into an international status?
So, go ahead, ladies first.
So I just want to name that we as a organization, and even some of our correspondents as a board, have talked about the notion to identify our priorities and programs we wish to expand. Even in this conversation this evening, we've heard the notion to expand Montessori, REAR, early college, arts, and attend to our student-teacher ratio. And so as we think about how we organize our portfolio of schools, we can certainly promise to build programs that attract our students back that are in line with our priorities. But even in this conversation, we're highlighting the necessity for us to really think about what we want our district to look like in the future and prioritize the most important programs that are going to serve our students well. And so from a program evaluation place, we do have an ask as a part of our academic plan to evaluate our programs and determine the feasibility and the impact on students. And early college is one of those instructional models and programs that we have to look at to make sure that we are meeting the aim in producing students that come out of that particular instructional model with an associate's degree, because that's what it's intended to do. And so can we do that and then keep all of the other programs and support them at top? We have to decide as a body how to do that and do that well, and even if it's possible. But I just wanted to highlight the ask of the evening in the budget and say that early college as an instructional model is one of the models we have to look at and say, is this what we want in our district collectively? And then how do we support it in a way that honors the work of each individual program, instructional model, and or school?
Thank you so much. Not to belabor that, I love it. I love that you're creating a criteria, and just, yeah, we don't want students taking advantage of Rochester Early College to graduate early, but if given the right components, they would appreciate and understand what it is designed to do. Thank you.
President Elliott?
Thank you. There are a couple of comments that I wanted to make in reference to something that Rebecca said, and she was comparing some schools to East High School. And I just want to say to Rebecca is that, because it seems that we're saying we need that kind of money that East High School have, and we don't, to do quality work. We look at SOTA, we look at early college, high school, we look at School 58. We've got some great programs. We just got to make sure we got the right people in order to be able to do it. That has the right, we have to have the right leadership, the right passion to want to make sure that the children in this district succeed. That model is going away. That's an EPO model. It's not even run by the district, right? So we got to look at, you know, what we have, what do we need to do with the resources that we've got. I'm not one of those who want us to go after money all the time. Especially, we've gone from, when I can remember, from a $300 million budget years ago to a $1 billion budget, and we still can't educate kids. It's not the money. There's something else going on that we have to look at. So it's not, you know, again, it's not that model that Dr. Nelms leads, but it's what are we doing with the resources that we have in order to make it happen. And so I just wanted to clear that up. And I also wanted to go back to the all-city high school program. Well, a couple of things. One is that all of these programs, we need to put descriptions under, because there are no descriptions here. So for the Rochester International, all-city high school, we need to make sure that we have those descriptions. But under attendance for all city, we've taken out $38,000. So why have we reduced it, the attendance line by 38,000? I would think that overall, we would really want to increase our attendance line, because we've got to get to our students. They are not necessarily returning at the level that we would want them to return. So how do we, why would we reduce and let me just make sure, the attendance line, when really we need to be doing as much outreach as we can in order to get our students back in school?
President Elliott, I could answer that and let you know that the reduction is that All City has had 2 homeschool assistants, and next year they are slated to go to 1 homeschool assistant, and that is where that reduction is coming from. They have other supports in ARP and additional staffing elsewhere to help support attendance, but that is from a position of moving 1 homeschool assistant out of All City.
All right, okay, so page 99, with regard to the high school level, that budget is reduced by $8 million. Why are we reducing that by $8 million? Page 99.
So 99, the $8 million is where, in that cost is where the sub-budget was held. So substitute budget was held in the chief's other compensation, and that has been reduced out of that line.
So what funding or what programs are contained within the chief of schools budget? Substitutes are no longer included in this. What are like centralized funds? What is that?
So then what you had was the 30 positions that we saw from the addition to the contingency staff. There's other variable expenses. The deficit reduction fund has been placed in there now, which has been removed from facilities and related expenses. That's where that money was held, but that is now a line item there for deficit reduction fund.
Okay, one more question. I don't know if I did 3 or not, but on page 104, the charter school line, and I really want to, I have an issue with this. I want to take out all my hair on that charter school line. But is the transportation cost included in the charter school, or is that contract transportation cost solely for school district transportation? Okay.
The contract transportation for charter schools is contained in the transportation line of your budget.
So on top of the charter school line, our transportation to charter schools is included in the contract transportation. So that charter school, the funding that we provide for charter schools means that it's more than $7 million than what's projected? If the contract, if the transportation to charter schools.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can speak exactly to what the numbers here and what they're associated with, but the contract transportation for charter school students is contained in the transportation budget. It may be characterized here in a different format. I can't speak to that specifically. But for those 7,000 students, we have a contract line for those students.
Which is contained within the contract.
It would seem to me, but I wouldn't want to speak specifically on that.
Let me speak to that, if I may. I hope I'm unmuted. I can't tell from my screen at the moment. So the charter school tuition line on page 104 is strictly tuition. Does not include any other costs. Any cost for transportation of students would be included in the contract transportation line. I want to get the opportunity, once we get the budget taken care of, to kind of work up an analysis of how much we are spending for students that are not within the district, how much that's contained in our budget. So it'd be private parochial, that would be charter, that'd be anybody that we, urban, suburban. So that would include costs such as tuition, such as transportation, health services, special ed services, pass-throughs for grant funding, instructional materials, and I would estimate we're probably going to come in around the 20% mark of our budget is dollars that go out to students in schools that are not Rochester City schools.
All right, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, President Elliott. Commissioner Shepard? Yeah. No, Patterson, sorry. Commissioner Patterson. I almost thought Shepard for real, like I thought I said it correctly. Commissioner Patterson.
Last week I was the chief, now I'm the chief of security, director of security.
Well, we had a Commissioner Shepard. She's not here with us no more, but yes.
No problem. I guess I just want some clarity, and again, coming at this question, being a newer board member, and I could be wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I hope the EPO model of East doesn't go away. You know, my understanding is that Dr. Nelms over there at East has higher graduation rates and, you know, college readiness. And coming from the public and coming into this seat, I would hope that we would spend our money on psychologists or social workers or counselors, you know, that these ratios, you know, that the state or the federal government has come up with per student, that we would able to get to that point, be able to get to that point, you know, with what we're doing right here, you know, within RCSD. So I really hope that model, myself personally, speaking for myself, that model that Dr. Nelms is working with over there with his people, that it doesn't go away. I think we should use that as a model and build upon that here, you know, right here at the district in support of our kids and our students, I should say, and teachers. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just want to uplift, and then we're going to transition over to the CIP, which is the Capital Improvement Program. And we have a plan here, a draft, so it looks like this. But before we transition, I just want to make a remarks around the future of the district, because basically, I did hear you, Dr. Black, because you're right, lots of different asks through a budget deliberation, and this is not the time to make those types of asks, but I can understand people want to advocate, but I do want us to think about procedurally, systemically, how we intertwine both the ask and the vision that the board and the administration has for the future of the district, along with the financial long-range plan. I am going to be looking at bringing in someone to do some training for both the board and the administration around a solidified, actual long-range plan that is feasible, doable, and that the board understands, regardless of whether you've been here 20 years or that you're here 4 months, that you understand that there will be future implications and votes that are going to be coming through the resolution, so that we have that conversation. But I do want to uplift that for myself personally, I do want to see the future of the district in a more decentralized budget process period, which means that I would love for schools to be able to have more say, more oversight about their actual budget, and decentralize it from central office in total. And then the other piece is that intertwining the participatory budgeting and making that a much stronger, actual, viable input gathering process for the community, including our school community. And so I just want to lay that out, because that's the vision I have as we move forward. that we do give our schools and our families a greater voice in this process, even beyond the budget hearings. I'm not personally a fan of budget hearings, although I certainly appreciate people from the community coming to advocate. I do not feel that it is a viable way to actually get input in a meaningful way where they feel valued and heard. So hopefully we can change that as we have the conversations of the future of the district. With that, we're going to start rounds. President? Yeah.
What I wanted to do, and tell me if I'm out of order or in order. There are some board members who have some specific requests of this budget, one being food service, one being an increase in social and emotional learning, another around school safety. So we want to have additional funding to be added to those lines, and I'm wondering if we can have a discussion around that. Let me take your lead.
Yeah, so let me just say, we in the past as a board have created priorities and given that to the administration in advance. It does not serve any of us, including the district as a whole, to have a budget and then throw priorities now at the end of it, because we're voting next week. So there are questions around food services. It's my understanding, just so everyone's aware, that we're going to be doing CIP, ARP, CRESA, and then there is an update on food services tonight that the administration is going to be presenting. Around the social emotional, unless there's a specific question, I think that they have answered that there are people, or quote unquote, that they're hiring.
Well, it looks like in the SRSA funding, it's like $7 million or so, and I'm wondering if we can increase that from, and I don't know the number, but is that, based on what we've been hearing in the community, that the community wants to have there to be an increase? And I think what I was doing is waiting until we get through the budget process, the budget deliberations, to be able to have this kind of discussion, because if the budget is not final yet, we vote on it next week. So if the community, have we satisfied the community with the amount of money that is allocated? And I think from what I saw in the SRSA funding, it was somewhere around $7 million. Is the community satisfied with that level of funding?
So President Elliott, let me just say, we are going to talk about SRSA and ARP tonight as well.
Okay.
That was the additional information that they provided to us. And then I just want to uplift that there is a school safety plan for schools, but that school resource officers is not one of them. And I just want to reiterate that the board already exhaustively have had this conversation, this fight. We already voted. And I do think that the conversation does have to tie back into us being part of being restorative, is having counselors and social workers and those social emotional supports in place. So I do think there's an opportunity to address the administration through the ARP and CRESA portion of this. Right now, we're going into the capital improvement program, but I say that because this year we are also being asked to follow Dr. Jallo's academic and fiscal plan and making sure that our priorities align even there, as well with the strategic plan and the long-range plan.
I wanted to make sure that I'm putting that on the table, because that is what our community has been asking for around
Absolutely.
social, emotional, safety issues, and food service. And so, you know, we have to.
But I just want to be clear, community is not asking for police officers or SROs.
No,
I know, but I just want to put that out there, because we did get an email communication,
Did I
but.
say-
No, you did not, but I just want to put it out there that that is not what our community is asking for, but they are asking us as a board and as an administration to address these concerns. There will be an update tonight after ARP and CRESA on food services from the administration. We intentionally left that for last because I do believe there'll be lots of questions from all of you around that update, including our parent rep. But I think CIP will be a little bit faster process to go through. But then we do have ARP and CRESA, and I think that is where we can hone in. And I would also, no, we're not done. No, we're just moving on to the next section of the budget deliberation. But I do want to add, though, for ARP and CRESA, that is where we can push on the administration and ask for evidence to show us, and this is why I also share concerns around hiring. Like, we can say we're going to hire people, but if we don't have a solid process to get people hired, then they're not going to be hired, and and we're still going to have the deficit of not having those supports. But CIP, which is the Capital Improvement Program, we're going to start with questions there. And let me just add, there is a training that Mike and his team in this area have created for board members. I know a number of us have gone through that training. It is open to new members and old members to go through that training again, just to get a refresher. And so Mike is going to be working with his team to provide all of us with some dates in case anybody's interested in attending and also going again, just to get a refresh on how capital improvement projects are selected, what the process is, vendors, and so forth. So I just want to throw that out there because this is another area that there is a training that is available to all commissioners, and I highly recommend it. So with that, I'll start on Zoom again, and I'll work left, right, right, left, left, right. Commissioner Powell, any questions on the capital improvement program?
I don't have any questions on the CIP, but I have a comment on something that was just said about the utility of budget hearings. I can assure the public we don't do budget hearings because we think those are the greatest ways to the public. We do it because state law requires that we have public hearings. We can add to, and we have over the years added to with feedback sessions and we cannot make public hearings go away. That's the one thing we can't do. All we can do is add to.
Rebecca?
Thank you. My question's on page 19 when we're talking about the allocation from the city of Rochester. Is there, where I get kind of confused by this is it doesn't matter how many kids we're spending the money on as far as charter tuition and stuff like that, but then to have it listed here as debt service, cash capital, and operating expenses, is that specifically, is that mandated by the city, or where are those broken out?
I think I'm going to allow Vern to go first on that one, and then I can supplement if there's a CIP-related question.
I'm going to have to defer only because it's been 8 years since I've looked at this, and this, if you go back to that specific breakdown that we were talking about in the CIP book, I'm just trying to recall how we break the money down. The 10 million cash capital line is a requirement by the city charter, which is why we show that number. I'm not sure how the dollars break down between the other two categories, though.
Okay. I would just ask if we could have, or if I could have some information in the future about whether, like, how that's mandated by the city as far as,
I've added it to the question log.
Just for clarity, are you asking what the MOU requires for the 10 million for capital improvement?
Nice.
Or are you asking about something specific in the capital improvement plan?
I guess I'm just confused about the 119 million and then 25.5 million of it's reserved for debt service. So we can't use it for anything else other than.
It's 10 million that has to go into capital improvement, but we can have perhaps even produce the MOU. I think that should answer some of it. So it's 10 million that we are required to put into the capital improvement projects or plans. We're not allowed to use those 10 million for anything other than capital improvement projects.
So the line above that is 25.5 million, and it's labeled as debt service. So that's where my confusion is. Because
So-
then we have 83 million that we can use for operating expenses, but to specify that top line is debt service, I'm just not sure.
So we'll put that in the question log, but I just want to add, we have to spend the 10 million that has to go into this, but that doesn't mean that that's all we're spending in capital improvement, and the district does have to find other funds to put into the projects. And I just want to be clear, we're not going to have ever enough money to fix all the things that we need to fix in our buildings, not with the 10 million or whatever we're putting in from our A funds either, so, or whichever funding is coming from capital improvement. But we'll put that in there and try to work through.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
So maybe at a very high level, we base the whole capital improvement projects on, first and foremost, the building condition survey. That's completed once every 5 years. Plus or minus, it's earmarked about $560 to $600 million of essential work or work that we would need to do across all of our facilities. And then from there, we work our way through that over a 5-year period as best we can. So I think Vice President LeBron's point is well taken, that we're probably never going to get to that target, so to speak. And then with the allocation from the city, it's certainly we can supplement items in our capital improvement program. And then it's also earmarked for a variety of capital expenditures, like equipment and so forth, asset level equipment, our payloaders, our snowplow, all that kind of stuff all kind of works within that fund as well. So it's a variety of areas that we tap into for that 10 million. I apologize, I didn't quite understand the whole question at the beginning, but I think that's kind of where we're headed. So we have to earmark a budget by department for those particular areas. So myself, Mr. Vanderwater, we're probably the primary two that utilize it because of the nature of the areas that we work in. And then from there, to make this, not to belabor it, but I think once we have the building condition survey completed, the last time it was completed was 2016. We were supposed to complete it in 2021, hence COVID, there's some gap years. It is now scheduled to be completed beginning of the summer and into the fall. Once we have that completed, then that'll become the baseline for our out years for our subsequent CIP years, but also more importantly for our facility modernization program at those targeted buildings. So it'll provide us a real strong baseline for both of those. It's a project that's done by an outside contractor. It is fully aidable by the state of New York, and we're beginning that process now. The only other thing, the state rotated some of that because there was so much of a backlog in the building condition survey items, but we kind of tied it into our facility modernization phase 3 program. So it kind of covers it up a couple different grounds when we do that. You can see this book contains an awful lot of material and information that'll probably tie into many other conversations that you may have, not only internally, but also with the community. I thought Commissioner Muller brought up a great question earlier. I think it's relevant to have some of these key data points embedded in other areas of our budget book going forward, but it also becomes kind of a depository because it's an annual document, and you can kind of see the changes going. If you review back over the past dozen or so years, you'll see some of the changes as the district has evolved. Some of the buildings that are there or not there, or how they've been repurposed. So there is a historical element to it. Also the enrollment piece is important to note. We talked about enrollment tonight. You'll see that reference there for the facility modernization program. We wanted to make sure we tied our enrollment projections into our facility modernization program projections. Part of that is we're anticipating a return of students from charter schools. As you modernize your buildings, they become a much more welcome place. I know President Ali has mentioned that a number of times, so we're building that into our thinking. As well. Terry Orden is an absolute genius when it comes to this, and she's worked very closely with our team. And so it's a reference point in there as well. And then you'll see the identified projects that are worked for. And remember, these are projects that once you, assuming that you would approve the budget, you would approve these projects, and they would be completed next summer. So the process then begins. You'll see a series of, assuming we pass the budget here in the next couple of weeks, you'll see a set of resolutions for our architects and engineering to begin the process of planning these projects for next summer. They have to go to a state approval process, which takes a series of months to do that, and then you'll see them come back again around in the spring when we start. When we start having the RFPs for who's the actual contractors, the primes and the subs who are going to be doing the work in the upcoming summer. So you voted on this coming summer projects last budget cycle. It basically works in a year format. And I think Vice President LeBron, his point is great in a sense that coming back and revisiting the capital capital improvement program, kind of the flow or the calendar of it, I think is very valuable. So I'm more than happy to come to a PLAC meeting and do that. And certainly for our commissioners, it's a very valuable time to spend with us. We also it's also on your board docs, I believe I would refer to it as. There's also a presentation that I completed in October that's also on video. We're big on videos in the facility office. I don't try to get on any videos, but Tom Casa and Eric Hansen both did a really nice job with a video that we supplemented our presentation in last October. So it kind of gives you a bit of a high level in terms of what we're doing in capital, and I can certainly prepare to answer any specific questions you may have.
Commissioner Adams? Commissioner Malloy?
Not a question, but I just wanted to compliment you on this, Mr. Schmidt, because this, to me, is like the clearest document in all the budgeting sessions that we've had so far. And it's not huge, but there's clarity here. So thank you.
I cannot take any credit for it. I have an amazing team. So, and we try to keep it pithy in the facilities department. So thank you very much. I'll make sure I send it to Tom and Eric and the team.
Please do. Thanks.
Commissioner Simmons?
Is that humility? Nice. You're being very humble. Thank you. I just had a quick question. I looked at, looking at, I think it's 12, 13 through 15, basically. And just watching the narrative that's been executed here regarding, you know, acknowledging Rochester's population as far as live births, that is kind of on the decline in the age range that would govern enrollment in schools. And then when we look in the contrast on page 14, we also recognize the reality that charter schools are impacting enrollment here in the district as well. But on the following page, on page 15, it is showing that there's a confidence that enrollment can rebound over the years, and it's definitely a very modest trickle effect. My thoughts or questions are around how we're positioning ourselves with this current project, how we will be able to accommodate as that enrollment potentially does begin to increase. Because if we're reducing our footprint or closing some schools and then enrollment does begin to come back, how are we preparing that we're, you know, balanced in that manner?
Well, you really need to be strategic in order to do that. There is a bit of a sweet spot that we have to hit, so to speak, in terms of our inventory of facilities and kind of aligning it to the points that you made a little bit earlier. One thing we're depending upon, certainly, if you look, I'm getting a little ahead of myself because we do have a presentation next week, a work session next Thursday on modernization, but some of the key points in the modernization, much of it is focused on high school redesign, a huge emphasis, Dr. Black and her team in terms of CTE program and try to revitalize that area. Dr. Nelms had mentioned earlier around the work that we've done at East to create a tremendous CTE environment, trying to replicate that at multiple buildings. So you'll see a lot of strategic thinking around that as we look to not only have a variety across the district, but try to identify certain more CTE program at places like Franklin or Wilson, where right now, if you think CTE, East is kind of the newest one that we've added, but you think primarily of Edison, right? But we're going to try to replicate that across the board. So that's one of the ideas of having kids come back. Looking at athletic facilities, you'll see that we have a Charlotte project here that we're going to do kind of year 2. We're going to be breaking ground on that within the next couple of weeks and kind of putting the track and the field in this summer. And then next summer we'll finish the accoutrement with the lighting and so forth. So I believe the areas like that we believe are going to be a continued draw for students to come back. We're projecting about 7,000 students, and I think the transportation number that we talked about, I want to make sure I pulled it up. We're looking at about $10 million to transport our charter school students next year because no charter school students walk to school. If you think about it, they're located in areas where primarily our students are not living. So it is great interest in us to have our students come back to our schools in a whole variety of areas for a variety of circumstances. But I think President Elliott has probably mentioned it better than anybody else. The academics are ultimately, and on safety, are ultimately going to have our students feel more comfortable coming back if they vote with their feet, right? So I think that's, we're trying to create that environment of modernization. The capital improvement projects are mostly infrastructure related, so they're supplementary. We don't have the access to the funding that we do with the legislative dollars, which is $475 million in this phase 3 grouping.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Overall, my concern has to do with the fact that, we have this plan, but then there is a local share. And my concern is that how do we balance doing these projects, but then, the local share comes out of our operating budget. And so I'm always concerned, how do we reduce the local share of this so that our budget is not, so that it is not challenging our budget? So, we tend to, because we've had this notion that we can just go to the state has an endless pot of money, and of course, I know that most of this is reimbursable. But there's still a local share. And my concern is always that impact of that local share on our budget. That gives me some concern, because it's another piece that's adding to a budget deficit. Vern, I think you want to respond?
If I may.
Sure.
So normally we receive 98% state aid on our building projects. And the aid is designed to last for the life of the project. So if it's a renovation, it's 15 years. New building would be 30 years. So what we try to do is we try to align as much as possible the debt service repayments with the flow of the aid. And if we do that, then it minimizes any variance year to year for the local share, if you will, that 2%. The other key component minimizing local share is that the state has building aid formulas, and we've talked a little bit about building capacity and student capacity. So the state building aid formulas looks at the student capacity of each building, and they allow a certain dollar figure for that. And that's for direct costs, and then they allow another 25% for indirect costs. So the key is when we take on any capital project, be it cash capital, be it the facilities modernization, is that we stay within that dollar allowance that the state gives, or the capacity that we can have. Now, if decisions are made to build out beyond that, then those costs which will exceed the allowable dollars will come back to us in the local share. So that's kind of the way to manage and minimize the local share in the budget.
But I'm looking at, if I'm looking at this right, on page 206 in the budget, we've got the adopted debt service is $86 million. Can you respond to that, Vern?
That would be our debt service for all the projects over the years we've done. And that's our current level of, excuse me, but I just want to grab the budget book for a second. That's our current level of debt service in the budget. And I'm just going back to the summary page to see what our building aid is projected to be. Our building aid is projected to be $78,159,000. So essentially the difference between the debt service and the building aid is what would be considered local share.
So so you're saying the 86 million is not the local share?
Now, the 86 million would be the debt service we pay. We're scheduled to pay principal and interest in that amount next year. That will be offset by $78,159,000 in building aid next year. So the local share would be the difference between those two numbers, and those a lot of numbers. I'm guessing it's about $8 million.
Okay, all right. I just get concerned about, because I'm looking at, while I understand that we have a 98% reimbursement rate, billable rate, that's still, $86 million. How much of that if we had to pay that back today, is it 86 million that we would have to pay back?
The 86, well, if we had to pay everything back, it'd be a lot more than 86 million for what we've committed to. But what we're scheduled to pay back in 22-23 is that number you've been quoting in the budget book, 86 million, okay? That will be offset by the building aid of $78 million. And that puts us at about $9 million of local share in the 22-23 budget.
Okay, okay. So, thank you. So on page 30 with the Charlotte School, so the work that we're doing here, Mike, it can still continue even though we've got a new school in there, correct? Okay.
You also see, I think, as Vernon mentioned, we also strategically using some resources here. Some of the items you have in these projects are not eligible for reimbursement. So some of the items around the athletic field and so forth, which is then we will use our cash capital resources to supplement that. So there is some strategic thinking in terms of utilizing that. You also see on the East project, we're going to replace the radio tower. That's also not eligible for reimbursement, but it must be replaced. It's reached end of life. So you'll see different areas here where we use bonded money where we're fully eligible for that 98% reimbursement, and items that are not eligible for reimbursement due to the nature of the state ed formulas, that's where we would try to use some of our required money from the city, our cash capital, as Vice President LeBron mentioned earlier. So you'll see some different streams of funding along the way, and that's the rationale to minimize as much as possible the local share impact on our projects. The only other two numbers you will hear, I think, across the way is our facility modernization program in phase 2. So kind of a little bit separate than what Vern had described, was $18 million on $435 million borrow. We are currently under that $18 million as we focus to close out phase 2. But and we were able to use some supplementary monies as well. So it's not quite an apples to apples comparison. In phase 3, on 475, our local share is 5% of that, which is give or take about $25 million of local share money. So there's a little bit in here that, depending on the conversation, it can be a little more nuanced. But I think that gives you a little bit of a snapshot, project by project, what is in there, how we funded it, why we chose to do that, and they kind of mirror along the way. And like I said, if there's any other follow-up question, I'll be with
And then just my last question on the revised date on page, for the Appendix A, should that be updated? This says 2016.
It will be, yes. This is based on the most recent building condition survey. When we conduct a new building condition survey, then it will be updated.
Okay.
But it gives you a good snapshot of the amount of dollars that if you wanted to do all the work, this is what it would cost kind of going out the door. You can replicate it to your houses, right? If you want to do everything remodel at all, it'd be a certain number, and that's kind of
And I got just one last question. So I don't know if it's your Bert. So Bert, how do we always get in our CAFR about the depreciation that we're not able to fund depreciation. Vern, can you respond? Why is that so that we cannot fund depreciation? That stands out in our CAFR.
Okay. So we are a modified cash basis. So there's accrual basis, there's cash basis. We're kind of in between the two. What we do is, rather than recognizing the cost of construction in its entirety in a given year, we then, when the construction is done, we treat that as a capital asset. And then based on the life of that capital asset, a lot of the work is 15 years, 20 years. What we do is then we depreciate it over that lifetime. It's kind of an odd thing because it doesn't really show when we talk about our budget. We don't really show depreciation expenses, if you will. That's something that comes up when we close the books at year end under modified cash basis. And then that's to show our assets more for the balance sheet, our capital assets, our fixed buildings, things of that nature. And then you depreciate it each year over the expected life of those improvements, so that you get to a value of where you think the assets are each year. And then eventually what happens if you do it perfectly is when something's fully depreciated, it no longer has any capital value, and it's probably time to renew it, to rebuild it or to replace it. But depreciation expense, while it's in the CAFR, doesn't really apply in our budget.
All right, thank you. So Commissioner Patterson is left.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I have one question. It might be lengthy, but it's, again, reference to page 30, the Charlotte Academy. I'm always looking for ways that we can move funds around and maybe apply those funds toward teachers or TAs or social and emotional support services, services for students with disabilities, things of that nature. So, I looked at the $3 million for air condition. It's a nicety, but is it a necessity? Could we have moved that money somewhere else in these areas that I just indicated here? Number one, I guess you can start there, but it's a
Sure,
multi.
I think we've made it a priority because of our many of our 12-month programming to strategically have as many buildings in each one of our zones or each one of our regions, for maybe depending on how we divide ourselves up, that have air conditioning for 12-month programming. The Charlotte building, because it is facing eastward, it's 100% of the sun, and it gets exorbitantly warm much earlier in the spring than traditionally a summer type of an environment. So it really is an area that we feel like we need to invest in. Primarily on that side of the building are our academic areas of the building, our physical education and spaces are more in the rear of the building. So it makes it a much more conducive environment to learning. So we're comfortable with the dollar figure and the investment, and we're also utilizing a bit of a HVAC model that we hope is going to be more cost effective instead of tearing apart the entire building and putting it back together, so to speak. So we're ambitious about this, and we really believe it's going to change the desirability to attend that campus.
If I could add to that answer, Commissioner Patterson?
No. No.
Well, again, we could not repurpose that money for any other. We would not. The only reason we get the money is it's coming in the facilities modernization program, and it generates building aid. We would not be able to utilize these funds for any other purpose.
Yeah, that's where I was headed. You can't, have to. Even if we wanted to shift it, we can't. We have to use it for these types of purposes.
Okay. Let's see, so to answer some of my questions that I did have, how much money has the state given us back? On that, so.
You want to know about the aid on the?
Right, the money that we're putting in, that the state is giving us, matching that money and giving us that money back, right, that we're putting in there, the 4.9 million? Other than it says the press box will not receive aid, state aid?
Sure. Wherever we're using our cash capital resources, we can basically anticipate that we will receive 98% aid on those particular projects. We also, when we look at our CIP programming, we kind of look at all those jobs in full. So some areas we may receive 85% reimbursement, but other areas we receive 100% reimbursement. So it offsets a bit as you look at it across the way. They have their formulas in terms of how they drive some of that aid. We're replacing a field, replacing the bleacher system and so forth, so that drives a little bit more aid, but certainly they don't aid athletic complexes like they would aid special education classrooms. So there is a bit of some analytics here that we would use to try to make sure we maximize and receive the overall 98% aid for the entire scope of work amongst all projects.
Okay. So are things being done there in phases? Had you
Yes,
had a
sir.
prior, let's call it FMP?
So there was a facility modernization program that I believe was completed in 2013. We moved into the fall of 13. The athletic renovation part of the our program, is beginning now. It was in last spring's CIP, so that the bulk of our work will begin within the next week or so. We were out there today doing some final walkthroughs, so that'll be the track, the field, and some of the fencing and some of the other site work that'll be out there, and then we'll come back again next summer. It was also strategic. We did not want to use all of our resources in one particular year. The students will be able to utilize it this fall for competition and so forth. We're actually going to put a temporary, it's used, press box as a bit of a stretch. We need to have some sort of an elevated platform to conduct high school varsity athletics. So the press box is kind of a universal term we use. We're not building it for Spectrum broadcast type of thing out there, but that's our plan for this fall, so we can have games and so forth. And it's also going to be a facility that we'll be able to utilize. We hope. I mean, Charlotte is just a spectacular campus, so we're really hopeful that we can conduct a lot of league and sectional activities there. as well. So we believe most of our fields have been, and our larger campuses, Franklin, East, and now Charlotte, have been revenue generator. Probably it's a bit strong, but certainly we've been able to house a lot of outside events, which have helped offset some of the expenditures of those particular sites.
All right. Let's see, do I have anything else? Okay, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
All
it.
right, thank you. I would like to see when Franklin is going to be, I would love to see Franklin have AC. Let me just put that out there, and let me just say that air conditioning is 100% necessity in all of our schools. If you have ever worked in our buildings, some of them are really old too, it is a sauna. And to think that kids are gonna be sweating through and trying to learn, like, they're feeling dehydrated because some of our water fountains are not great either, so they don't even have access to water. So I would love to see air conditioning in all of our buildings, and I know that you just mentioned that Charlotte is a spectacular campus and a building, and it is beautiful.
Yep.
But Franklin is beautiful too, and we have not done our due diligence in maintaining that building and making sure that we get it where it needs to be. So is there a plan for Franklin to also have some capital improvement and also air conditioning? I'll stop there, I have two more.
Sure. So the primary or the bulk of the work at the Franklin campus will be part of our Phase 3 programming. The size of the facility, much like Edison and East and so forth, it'll probably take a couple of bites at the apple, so to speak. Air conditioning right now is in the plan. Now, want to make sure that we can have reasonable expectations. Obviously, we want to make sure we have to start with the infrastructure, the envelope first, because you don't want to just put air conditioning if you have, the windows don't really match up and so forth. But, ultimately, that building is going to stay within our footprint. It's one that we're not going to get rid of. We've invested an awful lot of money in there already for a variety of areas. But it's a tough building to maintain in the sense that it's, it's well over 100 years old. We have the age of the buildings in the document here. So, but right now, the scheduled number in our modernization program, don't hold me exactly, is about $80 million. Which is right about what their MCA is on an annual basis, and that'll get us a long way. Once again, get a little bit ahead of next week. Where it lands in terms of the schedule will be important, right? Because that's a building, if you take it on and try to renovate it all at once, we're going to want to move those students into a swing space location and then bring them back. So as we tackle that calendar-wise will be essential. Where in that section of 9 over the next 5 years will we take that on? There's an awful lot of talk because we haven't done a lot of work on that campus. It's probably that and Wilson are probably the campuses we really have not touched through modernization that are older buildings. We mentioned School of the Arts earlier, but that was renovated in the 1990s. So those would need to be at the top of the list. With one swing space, you can kind of envision doing a project at Franklin, a 2-year project, and then taking that and now doing Wilson. So you have a 4-year window to renovate both of those buildings using Marshall as your swing space. So timing of it, the calendar of it, resourcing it, all will be essential. But we've been trying to include air conditioning in as many buildings as possible and in as much of the per square footage as possible. We may not be able to do all the building, but try to hit those essential spaces where as much as we can.
Perfect. I know we're going to have a modernization work session that President Elliott scheduled Thursday, but I'm sure that that's going to be one of many, because as projects move forward, we're going to definitely have to be more inquisitive, if you will, of what's happening. The only other piece I just want to add, and another observation, is that we get these capital improvement projects every year as part of the budget deliberations, but then there is no good way for the board to track, right? Like how we move forward with these projects and whether the expenditures are even staying within range. And I just throw that out there now because this is on my to-do list as we get past this budget season, so everybody listening, the budget book is going to change. We're going to reformat this starting July 1st right away so that we can look at what it's going to look like next year and have it be more transparent, more readable, digestible, and understandable. But capital improvement also is one of those areas where the board also has to have some understanding of what we're approving and how that's being managed throughout the year. Sure. And I don't think we do a good job of that right now. I know that we get resolutions and sometimes they identify back to a capital improvement, but it's not reattached to this. And I just want to put a heads up and put you
Absolutely.
and the superintendent on notice that I am looking at ways to have greater transparency and accountability, both for you all, but for the board as well, because if we're voting on this and passing it, we need to know whether we stayed within our budget for the capital improvement projects, and also if there were increases, why were there increases, how is that negotiated and so forth. Correct.
The only
And
part
we
of
have
that-
no way of knowing that right now as a board. I just want
Right,
to,
right.
other than resolutions, but then we have to then do the detective work of
Absolutely. So I think I was going to say, I think
change orders is not cutting it. And there is, I just want to tell you, like, for me, it's not cutting it, and.
No,
Go ahead,
I
Mike.
would agree. I think we've probably not done an effective job about utilizing the quarterly change order report for the information that's in there. And when, quite often, it may be a one-off question or two, and I think we need to give it more of a spotlight, because it will, the data is there, but we also probably can parse it out. I think we had talked about this a couple meetings ago a little bit differently. If you notice in Appendix B on page 39, one of the indicators that we are continually on or under budget is we are repurposing bond funds, which is kind of showing you that in our contingency, we have a 10% contingency on every one of our projects. We are under that contingency the majority of the time. The outliers tend to be more of a contractor where we're over contingency, but not the project, so to speak, if you remember. And I think we can do a better job with that change order report of kind of taking it apart by one project and kind of walking folks through it. And then when people go back and refer to it, they may get a much, it'll be a little easier to kind of follow through. And I need to own some of that, because we've kind of worked over it or moved over it, so to speak. And I probably should have brought more attention to it in the past, because an awful lot of this connects back, and it's very easy to see where we fell short with the contractor, or possibly even with a project, or in the idea of the change orders that we actually do, which are required and virtually never discretionary, right? Which is, I think I was calculating the other day, I think I signed one in 10 years of a discretionary change order, a large one, which was at 42 school, my second year here. So it's very, very, very rare, obviously, that we do that. But there's a great story to tell. I think we can do it in a concise manner, but I do think it'll get much more to the target, because we can continue to come back to that in subsequent months and either track it one project all the way through, or one set of projects, however the board would like. So the data is there. I need to do a better job of kind of walking through
Well, I
it.
think we'll work together, and I just want to give everybody a heads up that that's going to happen. We have to have a larger understanding, greater oversight of capital improvement projects. Are there any, I'm going to do a final ask for this particular piece, because if not, we're going to move over to ARP and CRESA and the new materials that were delivered. Commissioner Simmons?
Yeah, just one statement. I don't want to belabor this portion. I just wanted to thank you again. I agree with Commissioner Malloy about how this was laid out. This was helpful. And I also wanted to just state that capital improvement project is a direct correlation to social emotional health and well-being of our children, because the conditions in which they attend school, from the lighting fixtures to the AC to other pieces, is vitally important to how they feel when they're in the building. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. If there are no other questions regarding the CIP, okay. We're going to move over to ARP and CRESA and the information that the administration delivered to all of us. I am going to, which way did we start last one? We started this way? We'll start now to the right? So we're going to start with Commissioner Patterson.
No questions.
Huh? No question? I got your name right, and then you said no questions.
She got your name right, and you have no questions. Check you out.
And President Elliott?
I'm good. No, I don't have any questions at this point.
At this point, this round. We'll go another round in case anyone else has questions. Commissioner Malloy? Commissioner Simmons?
Thank
I'm looking
you.
at Commissioner
Really
Malloy.
quickly, and it may be somewhere else and I'm missing it. I'm just looking at like page 10 and 11, for example, the CRSA ARP dollars, position by summary of department. Is this all inclusive? In other words, are these representative of new positions, filling of vacancies, or,
These are all positions funded by ARP and CRISA in 22-23.
Right, so is there a breakdown as to which positions are actually, so I know they're all an all-inclusive list. Is there a breakdown, maybe that's the way I should ask it, a breakdown of where the new positions are, which ones are filling vacancies and which ones are maybe transfer positions. Is that making sense?
Yes, we didn't break it out that way. We were just trying to give a comprehensive picture. If you do turn to beginning on page 13, you can see it by each school and each department, what the particular positions are for each site that are funded by ARP and CRISA. So that's kind of where we were going with that. What we want to start to do is look at, the next step is to analyze all of everything that's in ARP and CRISA to determine, what will come back to the regular budget, if you will, when ARP and CRISA funding runs out, and what items are in here that are one-time things. A good example of that is the Oracle PeopleSoft upgrade. So part of it is, just kind of identifying all the resources and all the personnel so that we can start to plan the return of them and how we will accommodate that without breaking the budget.
Commissioner Simmons, if you go to page 31 in the document, we started doing that with, we have the amendments that are included. We can continue that because it starts the conversation there, but that's not all inclusive, because that's where you want to know, are they new
Right.
positions? Did we take position and transition, right, from? So we
Exactly.
can, that's something that we can pull together. It's not in totality. Some of
This
that
is-
is
okay.
here relative to the amendments, but not going back, starting on page 10. You don't know, Clara Barton, what that breakdown is of 1.8 teachers, 1.0 civil service, paras, building subs. Although, knowing what I know about the process, the 1.8 for teachers, I believe, is the continuation of the specials teachers, right, to make those whole. But we could break that down. I don't want to do that one by one by one. But you want to know what's new.
Yeah, if there's vacancies, so, if
Right.
I'm visiting a school and they say, hey, we need 3 additional SSOs, and I go and I look and I do see the list of Wilson where they,
Sure.
added in some positions, I want to be able to say, oh, those are the 3 SSOs that they've been saying or have been vacant, or no, this is a new position that's been created to accommodate this. So I'm just kind of trying to
Sure.
understand those things.
Callie, do you mind putting that for log? Okay, great, thank you. Does that answer your question? To move us towards getting you the answer?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Simmons. I have to look everybody's name. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. Just 2 quick questions. I'm just wondering about on page 11.
Sure.
The 18 FTEs in security operations. If someone could just provide a description of what those positions are.
You said page 11, security,
Page
right?
11, yeah, for the security operations, and it says 18 FTEs. I just don't know what
Commissioner
sorry, I'm
Malloy?
sorry, he's back, okay.
Yeah.
Mike?
If you then continue, the next report shows you what those positions are, beginning on page 13. So we would just have to turn back a few more pages to get to that department.
So what page is that on? I just need some help.
Yeah, the Office of Security Operations, that's on page 22. It gives you by title. In this case, they're all school sentries, and there are 18.
Okay, thank you. And then I
So
guess.
you can see for each school and each department what the breakdown is, okay?
These are primarily assigned to our elementary schools. The expansion of the SSO program, one of the benefits of COVID was the effectiveness of those SSOs at our elementary buildings. So this allows us to have that program fully in place.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Thanks. Easy enough. And then I guess it's probably the same answer then for the Office of Human Capital, the 21 and a half positions on page 12.
if you turn to page 23, about halfway, maybe 2/3 of the way down the page is the Office of Human Capital, and you can see what those
Okay,
positions are.
so this is,
Now-
these are central office positions, not working directly with students then?
Well, 14 of the positions are per diem building teachers, so those 14 would certainly be working with students in school buildings.
So those are just building subs that'll be
Correct.
housed in elementary schools, I'm assuming, or?
Wherever they are needed.
The intention of those.
You're not on.
The intention of those positions is to deploy them where they're most needed, and that could change depending on what the needs are at schools. So we will collaborate with the school chiefs to determine where they are best needed.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Rebecca, Commissioner Adams stepped out.
I think my only question, and this is more of a comment, I think, is having this section is incredibly overwhelming to have on top of the 4 other binders. And because, and I feel like it's important to say that just because this is supposed to be the community document where we look and we see our priorities. And I'm really, really hoping that the final draft of this is some kind of cohesion where you can look at one section and see all the pieces. Because it's just too much. So I don't, and when I looked at it, my brain just like melted out my ears. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. So thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Commissioner Powell?
Commissioner Paul? Oh, she's muted. Commissioner Paul, we can't hear you.
Struggling with,
Okay, there you go.
I don't,
She has no questions.
Okay. So the only thing I want to say, I do recall asking already for the details of what was actually removed from the general fund and moved over to CRESA, not CRESA, ARP. So then to be just basically presented with this format versus what's already exists on the state in terms of what we submitted, I'm just not quite convinced. And also, I think I can have some appreciation for page like 2 and 3 to show what you originally budgeted and what the amendment looks like, based on the fact that the state also said we had to reduce our dependency in the fund balance, or our savings, if you will. I can appreciate how that is reflected on that section. I am still very much curious as to the shift of positions over, because then it kind of gives the impression, right, that we're adding positions that we're not really adding, we just are funding positions that already existed. So then it goes back to, well, what are we actually doing with our ARP dollars that is going to be impactful, unique, meaningful to our students and our families, especially around the social emotional pieces. And I don't think we can get that from this. And, you know, I know that this was kind of put together as well, just to give us even more clarity from the original documentation. And certainly want to uplift Rebecca's, you know, the plan. This was the plan kind of right here that was already in the book, and so this was just additional pieces and then slapped together. I actually have not been keeping all the binders. I've just been putting them all in one. I don't want 4 binders. And honestly, I feel like it's such a waste of even our own resources to be having these big bulky binders for like 30 extra pages. It just drives me nuts. But I do think that as we move forward, July 1, and I keep saying July 1 because that is when this budget, if it is approved, will go into effect, that we have to have some greater oversight of the budget throughout month to month what's happening, and beyond just the reports that we get, but certainly how we're utilizing ARP dollars and what that looks like. But I can't stress enough that we've had presentations given to this board saying things like we added an extra sub to schools last school year with CRESA dollars, which are State Care Act dollars, and then we never actually hired people for those sub positions. And so that is like lip service to our schools, and that we should be also making sure that if we're adding positions on paper, that we're adding actual people that support our schools. Because it does our schools no good to be told that they have an extra sub for the year, and there's not an actual body to actually sub and support them. And that's it for me on that matter. Are there any additional, did you want to respond, or you can?
No, I had something else, but I was listening intently to that, so the other thing.
Oh, I am so sorry, President Elliott.
See,
I'm like,
fire her.
President Elliott has questions on ARP and CRESA.
Yeah,
Thank you, sorry.
I just want to, one basic question is, when we've allocated this funding to the schools, have the schools been in agreement with the assignment, the allocation of these funds? Has the schools been in, I know that there is a part of the overall priorities from central office, but has the schools been in agreement with the allocation of this funding for their buildings?
I can respond to that. Commissioner Elliott, we built this piece with the schools, so we met individually with each school leadership team and identified the priorities of the school and the needs of the school, and then how ARP and CRSA would meet those needs. And so, absolutely, it's really what they were asking for ultimately.
All right, thank you.
All right, any final questions on ARP or CRESA? And this is not new information, I just want to be clear, it's just a new book and a new presentation of the information, but we received this and had discussions at this starting last year when it had to go to the state for approval. So it's just reformatted. With that, I have one last update from the administration tonight on food services, and I am going to, who's presenting that?
Michael Schmidt.
Okay, so our Chief of Operations, Michael Schmidt, will come up and give us all an update on food services, which is an area, as President Elliott mentioned, our community has been asking for the last couple of years, certainly more than 10 years, but certainly the increase has an advocacy in the last 2 to 3 years.
Certainly, before Mike starts, I just want to thank both Mike and Vern. They partnered really nicely to work. They worked really collaboratively together to produce the documents that you see. But Mike worked with his food service team and really did listen very intently to what commissioners have been saying and that our community has been saying, and was very thoughtful in this process. So Mike, with that.
Okay, good evening. Thank you very much, and thank you for the kind words. Vern and I did collaborate on this. Kalia had sent you 4 documents this afternoon. They are in the documents. It begins with a memo from me to the superintendent at a very high level. The next is a narrative that kind of describes what we're going to be doing with our food service program. And then there are 2 Excel sheets. The first Excel sheet is the financial profile, so to speak, of how we arrive at our $3,025,000 for next year. And then finally, because the proof is in the evidence, so to speak, the final Excel sheet will really outline in great detail in regards to how the types of programming that we're going to be initiating with our schools. And I can walk you through it. I think that's the most important aspect of it. So I'll begin with that and then shift to Vern. I'm just going to make sure I open this in my folder.
Chief Schmidt,
Yes,
if you let me know what document you're in, I will have it shared for the public as well.
Okay, so why don't we start with the food service program upgrades, that Excel sheet, if we can do that.
Before you start, just for a point of clarity, these documents are available right now on board docs for the public to view and have access to as well. Thank you.
That's correct, yes.
So, as I said, this will kind of walk through. I won't walk through every single cell on this, but at a high level, what we are trying to do is kind of twofold. One, we will be enhancing the program at every single school building Even a school that has, the only option would be a prepackaged, and I'll get to those in a moment, but every single school will receive or will have a, I'm going to use the term enhanced menu. I'm not so sure that, I think we'll kind of modify some of the language here going forward, but I want to make sure that it's clear in it on the front end. So we will adjust menu options because with the options for us to pursue and purchase different commodities based upon their availability, that'll change the menus going forward. So you'll see, and I said I know the Excel sheet might be a little bit detailed, but you'll see that items such as beef chili, barbecued smoked turkey, chicken tenders. That was my favorite. I made sure we picked that. Pasta and meatballs, macaroni and cheese, and Alfredo. We know just from our own sales when we do offer that, we've been offering on a very limited basis, mainly because of price. When we offer those, they are very popular with the students. So we will begin with that as kind of the understanding. If we had if COVID wasn't as much of an option, we would probably have a few more actual student and parent surveys to go forward. That needs to be a key piece of this. If we don't have student and parent voice, then we're really kind of, we may be putting more resources, but chances are we're probably heading back in the direction we don't want to head. So this will be our jumping off point as we resource our fall. We also had a great bit of conversation with our local partners around our fresh fruits and vegetable program. Apples, oranges, and bananas just aren't going to cover it. They happen to be my favorites, but they're, as I've been trying to drive this, but that's not going to be the case going forward. So plums, fresh cut pineapple, cantaloupe, honeydew melon, watermelon, and so forth. Anything else with a seasonal availability will be brought in. And one way we can do that, you'll see in the equipment, is our salad bars. So where our schools have the capability, we then can have more of a viable fresh fruits and vegetable program. So salad bars are expensive to maintain. If you go to Wegmans, you can see it's constant upkeep. You just can't, it doesn't happen by accident, so to speak. So it's kind of running that same type of profile or program at our school. So kind of envision School 33, about 900 students plus or minus. Don't hold me to that number, Commissioner Malloy. I think I'm close. But kind of think about those students moving through that salad bar and the number of staff members you need to be able to do that. So that's the goal across the board. At our full-service kitchens, which are primarily our high school kitchens, we're going to see a variety of menu options. You can see that at the top, and it's kind of our estimated jumping-off point in terms of the number of meals we think we can serve. Rice bowls, I think there's paninis, noodle bowls. That's kind of the craving going forward. I've not tried the rice bowls or noodle bowls in the area, but they seem to be a hot item. So we will, like I said, we'll do that. The loaded baked potatoes, which we know we've served on a limited basis, have been very popular. So once again, trying to move those out there, opening a school year. We may even have the opportunity, based upon resourcing it over the next couple of months, and kind of do some profile items as we close out this year, moving to next year. So, as I said, I think we heard very loud and clear last week, and it wasn't news to us. But I believe, having sat in this chair for a number of years, there has never been a Board of Education that has put this level of attention on this. And I think, Commissioner Simmons, you mentioned earlier about the viability of facilities and how it relates to social emotional well-being of children. Nothing is more important than nutrition, right? I think all of us, we can't start our day without it. And I think this allows us to really enhance what we believe is a solid food services program. But it will provide a lot more energizing, a lot more energy to it in terms of the commodities. And then we also talked at length around the staffing, and once again, the proof is in the documentation. So there is a cell as you move your way down the Excel sheet around the hours of our current staff members. So I actually have another one. I wasn't going to, keep it simple, so to speak, at least for my brain anyway. We wanted to try to make sure that we had evidence that all the positions, in order to, let me take a step back, in order to get to the dollar figure that we, for a balanced budget, we had a reduction of hours. We never reduced staff members. I think, Commissioner Patterson, you had asked me that last week. But a porter, which is traditionally 0.94, that's a 7.5-hour day, that would have been reduced down to a 0.88, and so on and so forth. All of those have been restored back to what they were. The employees never knew that their hours were reduced because we never got to that level of detail as we were putting together a profile budget. So what they have now is our baseline going forward. We really hope that with the meal options and enhanced participation, I think we're hoping that drives more service, more meals, and then we're going to be wanting to add to our staff going forward. So our baseline is that I think it's 259 and change is our number going forward, and that, like I said, that restores everybody's hours to what they are currently. And I think that's important to note. I've made the commitment with David and Deli, if we've you know, there's 255 people or so over there, that if we've missed somebody or someone along the way, we'll certainly make that right. But like I said, nobody had their current hours reduced, so I don't anticipate that's going to be an issue. And I want to thank Chris and his team for kind of helping us walk through all the staff members in those hours. So if you, just in short, I think the food options are our number one priority. Our second option is certainly make sure we have the equipment in place, whether we're utilizing these dollars or if we have availability for equipment in ARP and CIRSA, that's something that Dr. Jallo has allowed us to do. So if we have a specialty project, a specialty bound equipment, like quite often we need something at Central Kitchen to do some of the wrapping. So if we do fresh cut pineapple and we happen to do it at Central Kitchen and then move it out, we're cutting it that day, packaging it and moving it, we may need some equipment in order to do that packaging right here on site or at multiple sites around the city, because our kitchens at Monroe, they're five-star restaurant kitchens. I mean, they're just incredible what we have available to us with our modernization program at East and Monroe and Franklin and so forth. So building on that and using those as kind of hubs to get fresher food to our students from those areas, that's also an option that's on the table for us. So equipment, personnel, commodities, and then the financing, right? Which is we need to make sure we can not only pay for it, but also sustain it. Right, and I think we need to, I know our goal is here, but we also have to make sure, as I think Commissioner Patterson mentioned earlier, right, there's a lot of priorities you've mentioned all night long. We need to resource this, sustain it, but we also need to do it in a way that's fiscally responsible or fiduciarily responsible, and Dr. Jallo and I had talked about that as well. So I really want to thank Vern and his team for kind of putting together our baseline here to make sure in a week or so notice that we actually can, that I could stand here and say we absolutely can do it, and this is something that will actually happen. So I'll let Vern kind of explain where we are in terms of the financing part of it. In the documentation, there's what's it titled? I think it's just titled Food Service. What do I title
As you're
it?
just looking, Mike, though, the
Food
one
Service
thing.
Budget, I'm sorry, Dr.
The one thing before you go to the finance part, though, but it needs to be, we need to ensure that it's clear, because if I'm at school too, am I gonna get wrap day, noodle bowl day, panini day versus being at, East, being at,
Sure,
you
absolutely.
know, Dr. Alice Holloway Young? Because if I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, I'm gonna get wrap day, I'm gonna get bone-in chicken day, you know, so how does
Right.
that play out as far as being an elementary versus a secondary student?
Sure.
Being, and also having the kitchen types that the varied kitchen types that we have in the district. So I think we want to make sure, because people are seeing this, and I just want to make sure that we're clear at what we're saying
Without question.
to our commissioners.
Yeah, let me just, I don't hear no greens in there. I don't hear no ribs in there. I don't hear no barbecue chicken in there.
There's
I don't have no mashed potatoes in there.
We will, well, we have a baked potato. I think,
Yeah,
in all seriousness, I
ain't
think,
heard none of that. I hear
Leslie
bowls
cooking.
and I don't hear
right.
none of Dr. Nelm's food that he cooks in there. And so, really,
Threefold. One,
I
managing.
don't hear no biscuits and gravy in there.
So one note that I want to make sure of is we have
Beans and
more.
rice.
The sodium, they can't have it, the sodium.
Let me tell you right now, there's only one child in this school that drove all this, and that was Sophia. I had her in mind every time I did one of these cells to make sure that she's happy with this. In all seriousness, right, managing expectations, within this window, being able to fine tune it to what, as Dr. Myers-Small, I think we talked about this morning, and I also discussed it with Dr. Jallo, making sure that we have a plan to roll this out in a strategic way so that everybody, it's very transparent. I think that's number one. I think the second piece is what you see here, we have more options with our older students because of the caloric mandates and so forth. So we do, I think as I went back earlier, parent and student voice is going to be essential, right? If these don't hit, we're not going to order so much of it that's going to be for the entire school year. We're going to have the ability to modify these going forward. So David and Deli know that we need a jumping off point. I think President Elliott, I will certainly allow you to select a couple of menu items and submit those. We'll actually name them after you. And we'll also invite Dr. Nelms. I've never been invited to Dr. Nelms's
Neither have I.
home
I
or
just
his
see it
deck,
on-
but I
on,
see it on the book face all the time.
yeah,
How
that's
much
all I
fun he's
see.
having? Yeah, absolutely.
I've never been invited.
He'll become a guest chef as well, and Dr. Myers Small, although cookies are
I
not
ain't
quite
never
an
been
eligible
invited.
product,
I know
I
how
think
to
we're
cook
going to find
regular food, too,
we're going
though,
to
I'm
have
just
to
saying.
find a way to blend it in.
No quiche,
And the more I talk, the more trouble I'm going to get in, so I'll probably
Dr.
just leave it at that.
Dr. Smalls does, quiche. So. I had a great, particularly growing up in the segregated South, we had good food for lunch. We had all that food that I'm just telling you about. So I'm just saying.
That was before Michelle Obama.
All right, I'm going to keep things moving. I'm actually going to start with questions. I don't know if Vern needs to jump on because we did get all the information and materials, but if he wants to add. But I'm going to start with Commissioner Powell. I'm going to start from my left to my right. Commissioner Powell?
Questions?
Rebecca?
Thank you. So I was wondering about a focus on breakfast, if there's any plans to kind of shy away from the sugar bars?
Fish and grits.
So,
My kids love the sugar bars, but like,
So we definitely are going to expand our breakfast in the classroom, and then we're also pursuing a grant that we've had a meeting with Carrie on, what's today, Thursday? On Tuesday around breakfast after the bell. So our breakfast options really need to change. So I'll leave the sugar bar reference aside, I think, but, breakfast in the classroom is a wonderful option, but also has limitations because of the health department regulations. So I want to be careful of how I characterize that. But that new grant supplemented with our breakfast in the classroom, we believe are going to give us some more options as well.
thank you. And then are there going to be, with certain programs where you have a concentration of students with specific dietary, is there an allotment for those students?
Sure. I mentioned that, I didn't mention that out loud, but certainly in our documentation, we reference that and make that available. Because we've heard, that's definitely been student and parent voice that we've heard. And then also being able to kind of tailor things for our program like RIA and being able to kind of do some things there that are a little bit more unique. So once again, we have a little more resources to work with that's going to allow us to have more flexibility, which is really what's been holding us back primarily. So I think all those are in play for us for next year.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I think we're going to try to limit the jelly sandwiches. I caught that last week, by the way.
Ain't nothing wrong with peanut butter?
No, Rebecca's son was bringing just jelly sandwiches.
My 6-year-old brought 3 jelly sandwiches to school. Today, he only brought 1.
Oh, good.
It was actually just bread, no jelly.
Oh, look at that, yeah. Our kids, I'll tell you. Commissioner Adams?
So, I actually got the bad news yesterday that I couldn't get my surgery today. So, getting the email about the food service was very uplifting to me because that was the hill. And so now I don't have to be on the hill. That's the hill that I was going to die on. Now I don't have to be on the hill, and I can just objectively look at the rest of this budget and make a decision. But that was the difference maker today. So I just want to thank everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. And a big thank you to Food Service just for being so accommodating to board members. I know they've invited us in, and we've been able to tour the central kitchen and sample a lot of the products there. Can't say I really liked all of them, but it was definitely an experience for sure. I guess I have 2 questions. So kudos, first of all, to you and your team. Are we going to continue the meal advisory council meetings just for I'd like to see greater community participation in that. I know I've enjoyed sitting on those, and we have a lot of people from the community who've been working for so many years on this very issue.
Sure.
Whether it's like local chefs or parents, or people from like Common Ground Health. But I'd love to see more access for other community members, and obviously they were all on Zoom, this year, but
Absolutely.
it's my understanding that someone has left the district as well, who was helping to run those meetings, and so is there a replacement? I just want to make sure that these continue so we can have ongoing feedback.
Right, I think right now, I think with this conversation this evening, I think we need to reconstitute or bring that group back together. We need to update them on where we are and where we're headed, and because this is going to take a continued partnership, right? This is not going to just be, we're going to do this, it's on an Excel sheet, we're going to make it happen. It's going to take an awful lot of members of our community to play a role in this. So whether it's however we constitute some of these groups, I think it's going to have to be more of a multifaceted approach, which means we may have to tap into some of the resources in the district to be able to facilitate us, because we probably don't have that amount of community outreach type of support just embedded in our food services department. So we're going to have to use other departments to leverage those resources as well. So I think PLAC is a good example, but there's many other groups that need to weigh in on this and provide us feedback, but also take out our message.
Yeah, and I think it's just so critical that we have that continue. I learned a lot by attending those meetings, and at one meeting was told that up to 50% of certain meals are thrown out district-wide. And so that level of food waste is really, concerning to me from a budget perspective, but also just as a parent, my 4 kids eat, in school every single day. And so that's just concerning. We want to make sure that we're spending our funds wisely, but also serving our students food that is edible and enjoyable. So that was the first question. But then secondly, I just wanted to know what we're doing to be more environmentally conscious in terms of our packaging. And I know it's not always possible with a central kitchen to, we do go through a lot of plastics, and et cetera, and plastic forks especially, and straws, et cetera. What are we doing to maybe, and I know it's more expensive, but what are we doing for more environmentally friendly packaging?
I think right now, probably not nearly what we should be doing. I think we are limited in terms of what our options truly are. We have had some schools in the past use some glassware and some silverware and so forth. That capability is not quite nearly what it was. It's also very labor intensive, so I'm not so sure that's an area where we may be able to make as much strides as certainly I would like. So I'm going to kind of temper that answer a little bit, maybe promise more than we can deliver, but I'm not assuming that that's something that we're going to be able to just to remediate in this short amount of time. But it needs to be a goal for us, and actually for all of us, right? I think it's not just in the food service area, but all of us are using way too many resources and not really handling it effectively.
I would just love to see us, and I think many board members share the sentiment of reducing our carbon footprint. So thank you.
Commissioner Simmons?
I'm excited again. I'm excited. Kudos to you. I'm sure our students thank you and the efforts put in, not just you, but everyone involved, food services. Our community thanks you. This board thanks you. I'm excited about the variety that's being provided to our students. It's just so imperative. So I don't know, I was smiling throughout that presentation and really excited to hear it. So I'm just going to say great start. We do recognize continuous improvement as a part of how we get better. So things will get better as we go. We know this is just the beginning, but I am so appreciative of these efforts and so happy for the babies in this district, or students or children. I'll call them children. I call them babies. I'm happy for these babies.
Absolutely.
They deserve to eat well. Thank you.
Nothing to do here, but with me by any means. But I think that this is one of those areas that is totally away from central office. This initiative, and other than Vern's team being here, this is something that's been in the field and been driven from there. So I really want to thank you. My pops always told me never to spike the football. I think we're just kind of starting the first period with this, and I don't want to get too far over my skis. But I really appreciate the kind words, and I'll make sure I relay that to the team.
Commissioner Patterson?
No questions.
Okay, so I'm going to make my remarks, turn it over to President Elliott, and then this is going to conclude this. I just want to uplift a few things. So I do want to thank Mike, you and your team, and I have to thank like the food services workers, because we have put them through the ringer during COVID, and some of them have stuck out with us. And I am truly grateful for those who stood with us and came back even after some of the cuts. And I could never, ever stand by employee reductions when we're talking about the same conversations of retention. That was going to be mind-blowing to me. So I'm so happy to hear that that is not going to be impactful to them, and hopefully we can figure out some ways. I am interested, just so everybody knows, and we did talk with some of the food services direct day-to-day leadership like Deli and Dave around doing an appreciation for our food services workers. I know in the past we've worked on doing stuff for the bus drivers and transportation, but I would like to see how we do that in recognition for all of our employee groups, but certainly I want to figure out how we do that systemically. But I do want to thank Dave and Deli, and in regards to the meal table advisory group, that group was actually put together by our superintendent, meeting with Dina, myself, Jen, Biderman, and my team member, Mike, who supports that group, so shout out to Mike, and certainly was intended for parents and community voices to also be there. So as we move forward with the table, my request is going to be that we allow community members to be at that table without board members so that they can speak freely, because and Marisol was a part of that creation, so let me just say that, and I bugged them to death about this. Yeah, it is good work, and we do need that table, and really, when, even for myself, like, I don't attend any of those meetings. There are other meetings, even that Common Ground Health does with the school district, that I intentionally don't attend because, one, I don't want parents or students to feel intimidated by my title and feel like they can't be honest, but also staff is there. And we want staff to be honest at that table about what's really happening. And sometimes it can be a little bit of a barrier. So I'll just say that as we move forward and we look at what that makeup of the table looks as we move forward, and certainly having our families there and true family voices, true student voices. And lastly, I cannot stress thanking Dave and Deli and the team and food services. One, for saying, hey, come on down. Come see what this actually looks like on a day-to-day basis, and giving us they gave me, Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Adams, like a real straight-up tour. It wasn't no bells and whistles. They were like, this is what we can produce, this is what we're limited to, this is the cost of inflation and the impact that it's had on our services, on our food. This freezer used to be packed after COVID. We can't even get the food that we need to get here in time. It was a real conversation, and we spent a couple of hours there. So let me just say that we spent a couple of hours there. They went over some of the items that you're mentioning. We got to try all of the items. Personally, I did like them. I do think some kids will have some questionable remarks to them, but I'm glad to hear that we're going to have some flexibility built into that, so that as we move forward, the menu itself is adaptable. And I would love to see greater input from students in terms of how that menu is created. And I know we're not there yet, but that's what I want to see as we move forward, some innovation around that. And I do believe that Dave and Deli and the team in food services right now and your leadership, like that we can get to that level of innovation. And I have to share all that. And then two more things. The kids at school number 15, I would be remiss to not shout out the kids at school 15 who in briefing did lots of research. The 4th, 5th, and 6th graders did research. They looked at other districts, and they created a presentation on food services for their peers, and so shout out to them. Sophia was trying to get them to come in, and I always question my own child coming here. That's a story for another time, but I did want to give the kids a shout out there. I also want to give a shout out, and I want to thank actually Commissioner Simmons, because I called her as soon as I left. I went to Monroe today, and I had a presentation from the peer tutor club called the Influential Monroeans, and they have some of the greatest ideas ever for kids, and they're super strong advocates. And so I was so incredibly impressed. Food services came up with their advocacy that I'm like, I need you to come and present to this community and to this board and to this administration. So we're going to work on having them join us next month for ESA. And I know that they already gave the same presentation to the chief, because they mentioned that the chief was there. They got to do the presentation with them. So shout out to them, all of our kids, all of our kids across the district who have come out, and even today, we're out there protesting and have been protesting for food services. And so this is a victory for our youth who have been advocating for this, and a victory. And now they're going to be watching. I just want to put this out there, like, we're not about to give them and feed them pipe dreams. They are going to be watching. They're going to be obviously giving us feedback around the menu as we roll this out. And with that, I say all that because I am very proud and very happy to hear that you guys are going to, that we as a district are going to invest real money, more money into food services and make it a priority. I still will not be voting on the budget, and I have to say that because if I could vote on this singular item separately from the entire budget, hands down, I would be a yes. And so I do not want to take away from that work that has gone into it, and the sweat equity and the appreciation that I have for food services. But I'm going to end with that, and I'm going to turn it over to President Elliott.
Do you want to say something?
I just want to make sure, it sounds like everybody's good, but we're going to put this in the budget now. I just want to make sure, because we need to make those adjustments. So we need to hear that officially from the board.
So I think the question becomes, do we need to say how much we need to have in that? I think that was part of, they gave us, okay, because I didn't see it. All right, so yes. So
Okay.
do we need just a straw vote on that? Let me.
You want to do a straw vote?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking for?
Let me ask.
Adrian's going to give us,
Yeah.
I think there's some implications around
Okay.
it.
Right, so I think I've told the board before, like a straw vote is really meaningless. The Roberts Rule says it serves no purpose. I think if you're giving the administration a specific direction, you should take a vote and give them a direction. So you can put it in the form of a motion.
So, you want to make it?
Yeah, so I think what you're asking is that we make a motion, so I'm going to make the motion that the administration puts 3.25 million into the food services budget item line. Is that the total amount? Was it 3 point? There we go.
I would
Into the food
suggest we look at-
services.
I would suggest we look at the last spreadsheet just to be clear about what the proposal is.
Is that not the total amount? Because we're in the process of making a motion right now, Vern.
Understood. So,
Why don't you add that after because it's on the table, isn't it?
It's not, it doesn't have a second.
Oh, it doesn't have a second, okay.
Oh, is it?
proposal only includes an additional 2.5 million over the draft budget. But it's designed in a way to meet the request as laid out by Mike Schmidt.
I'm sorry, Vern, I didn't quite understand or hear what you're saying. Can you repeat that, please?
We should put the spreadsheet up so that it's very clear what the proposal is. So the starting point was, if we look at what food service is projected to do, that's the first column, the 21-22 projection. The second column is adding 2.5 million to that to get to the 22-23 request. And you can see in the revenue, we're only adding 2.5 million, and that is using an interfund transfer for the general fund or general fund support of 1.5 million, and food service fund balance, not general fund balance, of 1 million. You can see when we go down to the expenditures, how the 3,025,000 that Mike detailed would be added to the current projection to arrive at a budget request of just under 24 million.
So Vern, what number are you saying that the motion needs to have? I guess I'm asking for clarity, because we're just putting a motion. We can't do technically a straw vote. Our parliamentarian,
The
legal,
number-
it has advised us to do an actual resolution, so we're trying to do the resolution with the exact total so that it matches what the administration is asking for.
So if you put the spreadsheet up again and go to the final the far right column, the resolution would be $23,405,858.
Your
And that-
recommendation is to go by the total, not the increase or the addition to what the draft already previously included. Just asking for clarity.
As long as the language is clear about both, I would just suggest that we go to the total, the far total, the 23 million plus.
Adrian, I'm looking to you as well for some clarity around whether it should be the total. I understand that we want to be clear because we've had some resolutions that we've had to come back and clarify even deeper and further.
$405,858.
23,000,000, yes.
23,405,858.
Adrian, I'm so sorry. Can you please repeat? I'm taking the language for the motion. I have amend the budget to add additional items.
Budget deliberation.
Sorry, you're going a little fast for me. As I have the number. I'm good. 23,405,858.
So I'm going to make that motion then.
Deliberation, not hearing.
Yeah, budget deliberations. Kalia, do you have that language?
Yep, let me just repeat so I have it here. Direct the administration to amend the budget to add additional items as related to food services as was presented at the May 5th budget deliberation totaling $23,405,858. Okay.
Motion?
Second.
Second.
You got a second. I don't-
Seconded by Commissioner Adams. Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Commissioner Powell?
We can't see or hear you. Okay, well, it passes 6 with 1 absent. Thank you, Adrian, for drafting on the spot the resolution language, and thank you to Mike Schmidt and Dr. Myers-Smalls for your presentation and support of food services. President Elliott?
Oh, thank you. So let me just, this has been a difficult process. Difficult. Nobody's really satisfied with this process. Nobody's really satisfied with the budget. There's not the confidence that our community has, and there's just not the confidence there. I don't think there's a confidence there from the state monitor. I don't think there's a confidence there from the state. But we've got to pass a budget. We've got to pass it because we don't know what we will do if we don't pass the budget. We don't know what the consequences of that not passing the budget. And so we've got some work to do going forward. We've got to correct this. And not only that, but we have to restore the confidence of the state. They don't have the confidence in us now. How can we work towards getting that confidence? We've got to make sure that we can do the kind of analysis and the evidence that you all have said that this book is going to, we're going to operationalize, but there's got to be the evidence. For the most part, you all have not shown us evidence. You have not shown us the analysis that is needed. I'm not sure where this disconnect is. I don't know if it's because it was a rushed, we had to rush to get it done. but the state, this board is going to be looking at, how did you come up with what you came up with? And, in terms of the long-range plan, I know one of the pieces that you all put in there was the maintenance of effort was going to increase. It has not increased since the inception of the maintenance effort, and I didn't understand why it was put in there. Well, all you got to do is call the mayor, which I did. He is not going to increase it, just not. And so what do? So there's a lot of work that's got to be done on correcting this budget, and as we move on in the future with our finances, there are people in our community who say we've got all of this money, we've got the ARP money, we've got the SRSA money, which is a separate item from our operating budget, and I think that that's wise. But how do we gain confidence from our community? I'm not sure of the answer to that, but that's certainly something that we're going to have to be looking at as this board makes the decisions on this budget and as we move forward. I will say to you, you're going to have to come prepared. You really need to know this budget inside and out to be able to respond to the questions that this board is going to be asking. This is a tough board. It is a tough board, but it is tough board because this board represents the community. And so we'll have further conversations around this budget. I'm looking forward to in June, July, and August, where we have an opportunity to do some budget retreats, some retreats on all of this. This is difficult. It's going to be difficult moving forward, but we can do it. And I just want to thank folk for the hard work, but we've got to regain the confidence of the state and of our other stakeholders. And involve, I would say, our community more than we've involved in the past. So with that, I would thank everyone, and
Actually, got to call for a motion.
okay, so I call for this motion.
So moved.
Second? No second?
We'll give Commissioner
This is the
Simmons
motion to
second.
adjourn?
Yeah.
Huh?
This is the
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Jallo, do you have anything to say? All right.
Thank you. And Dr. Jallo was on.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Aye.
Have a good night.